catch our X-Space show. Interesting, varied topics from night to night. We'll talk to Wednesday. We'll talk to an actual U-2 pilot that has flown the U-2 actually in the 2000s. So this U-2 spy plane program, unbeknownst to me, is still actually active and still going. And he's actually flown some modern missions in it. So it should be a great show. I'm done plugging, so we can go back to talking to Karen Reed and your best boy, Turtle Boy.
Yeah, Turtle Boy. Let's hear from Vet. So when you have this guy right here, this is Brian Higgins. This is the ATF agent that was clearly trying to mac on Karen Reed. He definitely did give her a little smooch. He was very happy about that. He did tell his female sergeant that they had this romantic interaction. Apparently, he didn't tell Brian Albert on the 4-hour drive to the funeral there or back, but he did tell that one person. And out of all the records on his phone that were incriminating, and he had to give up something, he thought the messages between him and Karen Reed was he would call his federal and the FBI crime lab, the ATF agent that works in the federal crime lab, for I'm trying to extract things from my phone. Can you help me? Then he goes to the first floor of a federal building where he's not assigned to any case, and he's on the kiosk extracting just that before he destroys his phone. Super shady. What do you think about the Brian Vet? What do you think about the Brian Higgins testimony? Did you see that one?
Oh yeah, no, I seen the whole thing. I saw how he got real defensive. I seen all that, and then I love how they was like, well, didn't you get the order not to get rid of your phone and not to get rid of that? And he was just like, he paused for a second, like he knew he was caught, and he was like, oh, like I could see his brain go, oh shit. And no, everything about it was shady. The fact like he wouldn't answer if he broke his SIM card. He said, I can't recall. Like, if you switch phones, if you got rid of your SIM card, if you broke it, if you did this. That whole testimony when they got him with his phone and everything is just incriminating right there. And then, yeah, reading the text messages aloud was just the most cringy thing. It made my skin crawl because it was just so high schoolish. And, you're over here talking to this lady, and he kept trying to make it sound like I was just trying to find out what was going on. I really wasn't going to do anything. I was just seeing where she was at and see if she was playing games. Like, no, brother, them text messages show that you were interested and you were just trying to see how far it went.
And you're a piece of shit. You're trying to fuck your girl's boy.
Exactly.
You're a fellow officer. You're trying to mac on his woman behind his back. You're showing a piece of shit, no bro code.
Hey, what you're supposed to do on that is be like, if you get a text message from her saying, hey, do you like me? Or I forgot exactly.
Check yes or no. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes or no. Or some circle yes, circle no.
Yeah. Right.
You instantly just go, no, don't text me again about something like this. That's my friend. And if you have any kind of interest in me, you guys settle whatever it is and you come to me later, not right now. And you just end it right there. You just don't even pursue it with the back and forth and but if you like me, you would do this, or do you like me? I think you're hot and all this weird stuff.
Yeah. And then they come back from lunch and he goes, well, I deleted the phone information because unlike most Americans, I don't have kids. So therefore there was no memories. There's just no memories that were worth saving on the phone because I don't have kids. You're like, oh, that makes sense, I guess.
Look, you guys are missing the most important part about that. Why did he go and take the text messages that he and Karen Reed, the most embarrassing text messages yet? Why did he go to the kiosk and have those removed and then delete all the data on his phone?
In his mind, he's so fucking stupid. In his mind, he thought that gave Karen Reed motive to kill John O'Keefe. They were thinking they've had problems with their relationship. Like, why would she back her car into him?
That's not why.
No?
Because that's what the state could prove. They knew the defense could come up with her text messages, so they knew that text message occurred. They've got her end of it. So he complies with that and pulls it off.
You're right.
Whose phone got deleted? Who else's phone got deleted?
Michael Albert.
So whose phones do you not have Celebrite for unless they've talked to somebody else you've celebrated, so you have their other end of the text message?
So they're already going to see those text messages anyway, so he can't delete those because
right. And he gave them up and got rid of the phone. You know what you know already is what he gave them.
That's what his friend probably advised them. They're going to get those anyway, so you have to give them those because they're going to have them anyway. It's going to look
correct.
weird if you don't.
This is about as dirty as it gets with him. That's why that's the most dirtying and damning thing for me. Is that I know exactly why he went to the kiosk. I know why he went to that kiosk to get that Celebrite to pull that information off. It's a federal. It's not. It'd be difficult for a state to get a warrant for it, or even to think about that. They wouldn't think about going to the kiosk to get the stuff. You'd think about going to Celebrite at another location. So he goes there and removes just that information off. And whoever did it probably had him set up to when they opened up the phone, they went in there and grabbed the very specific information they wanted, and the Celebrite never downloaded or mirrored the content of the phone in the first place. 100% dirty. 100% something's up with that. Something's up with Albert Sr. I can't prove any more than that, other than there's something up between them two dumping their phones, because they know damn well the communications between them two will never be seen.
Yeah, but it's suspicious timing. I'll tell you, I know someone else wants to comment about that one, but real quick on the Brian Higgins. One of the things that really no one caught, even Turtle Boy just did not catch this. He was asked, okay, you butt dialed Brian Albert, or he butt dialed you, and then you butt dialed him, and then he was talking about, did you answer the phone or did you not answer? Oh, I might have went to voicemail. It says answered. It says answered on the. I mean, how it says answered? What part are we not understanding? But this call was for 22 seconds, and this motherfucker didn't want to admit anything. They're saying, you know, you had a conversation with him for 22 seconds. Well, I wouldn't call it so you can't have a conversation in 22 seconds. No. I wouldn't say you can have a conversation in 22 seconds. But then just like an hour later, he needs to plead the fifth. His attorney is up in front of him. And then he says, would you like the second to talk with your client? He goes, no, this will only take 10 seconds. And then he talks to him and has a conversation with him. No one pointed that out, but I thought that one was interesting.
That was actually solid. That was solid. Yeah.
He's probably heard that before too.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, does that make sense? What you got, Grizzly Greg? You listening in actively? You got something for that?
Well, I don't have anything on that particular thing, but I agree. I mean,
on Brian Higgins? You got anything?
Yeah. No, I don't really have. Well, he's just dirty as hell. That's just the name. I mean, but I don't really on that particular item. I'm not educated enough on the details of that. I missed all that in the trial. So,
but now you're like hooked, and you're gonna watch tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. So I was gonna say, we talked about this like a week ago before the trial started, right? And the big thing that came. I mean, there was a bunch of things that I thought stunk. But the biggest thing in my mind was was her tail light, like on a GMC Yukon. You don't just smash one of those, bump it into somebody's beer belly, right? Like if you're going to smash that light, you hit something pretty solid. And so I thought that really stunk. And as it turns out, it is. And it got even more stinky from there, because you're telling me that they found the lens pieces on the top of a foot of snow.
But they found them 12 hours later. Like the original police, John, shows up and they didn't find any shoe, any taillight, anything like that. So they grabbed they collected the evidence in red Solo cups like you're using for beer pong, some kind of a Safe Mart paper grocery bag, and they put the 6-pack of cups inside of there. And then they borrowed the neighbor's fucking leaf blower, because Brian Albert won't come out of the house. So they have the neighbor's leaf blower, and they're blowing around the crime scene by 9 o'clock. So this is at 7. So at 9 o'clock, 2 hours later, they completely abandoned the crime scene. There's nothing secured at the crime scene, nothing. The state police take over 2 hours later at 9. The state police take over. They unsecured the crime scene. And then 12 hours later is when they came back on a hunch and found the taillight, the hat, and the shoe, the missing shoe. They found it 12 hours later. Completely suspect.
Imagine the coincidence there, right? I mean, that's pretty crazy. I gotta give a shout out to you, Kingdom. Like you've got these details down. You think what's all this shit in the trailer? How are you doing this?
Man, I just what?
Cocaine. That's how he's keeping up with it all.
No, just I don't have a job in the off season. My job is to get ready I have a seasonal business. So when it's the off season, I'll fiddle fart around and like you guys are doing X spaces at night and whatever, and you'll do that kind of stuff. But this one, the case just really got me. Me and Lanu were just playing we were just playing something, and I said, let me take over, let me just put it on this court TV, and it was just playing this day of it. And then he goes, oh, I heard about that. And then we started talking about it, and then I just got sucked into it, man, and I've just got infatuated. And then I started listening to Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy knows the whole entire story. He's been covering it and interviewing all these witnesses months and months before and following people at football games. He knows all the backstories. He lives in the area. So if you watch just 2 videos of his, you really get up to speed. And then I've been watching his broadcast at the end of every court. He'll do like he's actually in the courtroom also, but he'll do a show and then he'll say, this person said this at this date, and then this document says this, but then look what they say when they're asked the question. See, she says this, but see, later on, he'll show the video, but she said that. I mean, he has the whole thing broken down, and then as you're watching this, you're like, oh, shit, that's what happened. But sometimes I miss it when I'm actually just watching the testimony, but then he breaks it down, and you're like, oh, shit, that is what happened. But he's really kind of flattened the curve, but yeah, I have been paying close attention. Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, I was upset with myself last week because I thought the defense was going to take the floor last week, and I really wanted to be present for all that and tuned into it. And I got busy and I didn't get a chance to, and I was like, damn,
I missed it.
When I tuned into you guys, I'm finding out that I really didn't miss anything, that the best is yet to come, and I'm pretty excited about that. I think it's going to be cool.
I think this week is a shortened court. I think they have it on Monday. I think they have half a day on Tuesday. I think they have no court on Wednesday. They have a half a day of court on Thursday, and then no court on Friday. So I don't think the prosecution will be resting in this week. I think they might go into next week before they actually rest, and then it's the defense's turn. So I don't know. I think some of these witnesses are going to plead the fifth.
Tell me about so we talked about the fact that the prosecution didn't bring in the key investigator, right?
Yes.
But and there was they put the kids on the stand. They put O'Keefe's kids on the stand, which seems to me like that's a jury turnoff, unless they have something really relevant to add to the case, which it seems they did not. Right. So what's the purpose? I mean, that just seems like a losing tactic to me for a prosecutor to do something that's emotionally troubling at best to a couple of kids who just lost their father. You're going to drag them through court for no particular purpose. Right?
Well,
are they just trying to obfuscate, like make a mess of things and make it confusing? I can't see any other motive to do that.
Think about this. You're thinking about a guy dying, and the prosecution is saying that Karen Reed, this evil bitch, she just wanted to go have relations with Brian Higgins. She didn't like him. They were arguing at one point, so something like that. So she just backed into him and viciously left him out on the yard. And then you're like, well, there's some things that don't add up, but hold on, just wait right there. It's not just him dying. He was taking care of these 2 kids. Look at these kids that now don't have their uncle, who was actually their adopted father. Now these 2 kids don't have a dad because of this evil bitch. And that's kind of, I think, what they were trying to bring it in, is say, not just is John O'Keefe the victim, but these 2 children also are a victim. And just not really what you're asking them, but you're parading them in front of the jury to say, don't you feel sorry for these kids? Now look at Karen Reed, and that's the reason why they don't have a dad. I think that's what happened.
But they really didn't, from what I understand, from what you said, they really didn't do a very good job of presenting her as that evil bitch.
Yeah, I mean, what can you ask a kid, though? I mean, I think it's just the fact that you could see them.
Yeah.
The jury could see them, and you're just like, hey, what'd you have for dinner? What was your homework like? Just seeing the victims, which is really these kids. Whoever committed this murder, it's not just O'Keefe died. It's the Boston police officer. It's also these kids are the victim, because now they don't have. They already lost their mom to cancer and their dad 2 years before that, and then O'Keefe took over, and now he's dead. And now they don't have someone again. And the mom of John O'Keefe, she is convinced that Karen Reed did it, and they're telling the kids, and the kids don't even like Karen Reed because they've done convinced these kids that Karen Reed did it, and they haven't given them any of the narrative. So of course they're going to go in there and try to say something to help out, who killed their uncle.
Right.
But the whole thing is it's bullshit. It's smoke and mirrors. I'm sure the jury's seen right through that. It was sad that they drug those kids up. It's almost like, I wouldn't say child abuse, but it's not a good look to drag them kids in there. Them kids don't need to be in there. They've already been through enough.
That's almost criminal in itself. I will tell you, when I went to court for custody of my son, I should have done it way earlier than I did. I put it off for 3 years, just trying to talk some sense into his mother. And I kept putting it off because I understand the emotional trauma that is for kids, right? And I didn't want him to go through it. Dragging kids into court for the death of, he's an adopted father, he's an uncle, whatever. That's a huge thing, right? Like you said, they've just lost both of their parents, and now also their third parent. That is, those kids are going to be a mess.
And the one thing that no one was able to see, because it's actually on Karen Reed's phone, is there's messages between this niece and nephew, because Karen Reed was the live-in babysitter while John O'Keefe and his boys were partying and stuff. So she has messages on her phone where the kids are texting her saying, "I'm so glad that you came into my life. I couldn't imagine life without you." And she has these text messages and stuff, but it's like when the defense, you don't call that information. You just say, "I'm sorry that you even had to come up here." The defense could have went over there and questioned the kids and stuff, but why? That's just stupid.
Well, don't you guys think that shows desperation on the prosecution? That if they could prove this without putting those kids on the stand, they would have done so.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. That's all that was.
That was. That's why the only thing when I look at it, I just see desperation and that whatever it is they were trying to accomplish, they failed at. And that's why I thought maybe they're just trying to obfuscate things and make everything muddy and just a mess that nothing makes sense. And that was the only thing that I could find that would be potentially positive outcome of
well Grizz,
or
cast.
Go ahead, Range.
I was going to say, or cast any kind of shade on her character, right? Just to make her look questionable in any way whatsoever. And I think you're right. It's a desperate move. And I think it's probably didn't go too well for the prosecution.
Yeah, that might be an understatement.
I think in the prosecution's wargaming on that, they were going to take. That's why they followed the Higgins text messages, because she makes reference in there that she didn't sign on to be a mother and that the kids were a problem. So they were going to continue that down as well. She said the kids were a problem. She had this new love, so she hated O'Keefe enough to back him over. Is what they want you to, the track they're trying to lead you down. But the problem is the testimony was weak. It was weak on Higgins as far as believing almost anything coming out of there, other than he was a dirty rat trying to mac down on the cop's girl. That's what he comes to all the other cops are going like, man, we had a saying in my department. If he'll F somebody else's wife, he'll F yours. So you don't. We never trusted cheaters, and you damn sure don't go after the cops' girls or wives. But aside from that, I think that's what the prosecution thought, that they had this trail that they could pull this emotional string out so that you looked at her in a negative light, that she didn't want to be around the children. And historically, there are some cases out there. I forget the Smith trial. I think it was North or South Carolina where she drove her kids off into the water because she had a new boyfriend. So it's not like they can't, that's not the model they could try to do. And don't think the prosecutions don't go into trial and they war game that out on how they want the jury to be left. But I don't think it worked for them. I don't think it worked.
Now that I think about it, it might also be you heard all of this Brian Higgins testimony. Let me bring these kids up here. So hopefully the part you'll remember is how Karen Reed says she didn't sign up and to be with these kids. She didn't sign up to be a mom to these kids. And then let's bring the kids over here. So maybe you'll just focus on that and not all the other shit that Brian Higgins said.
No, I think you're 100% right. I think you're kind of saying exactly what I was saying as well. That's what they want you to remember out of that. We got the text messages. We're going to have to bring them up because the defense is going to bring them up anyway. So let's harp on the fact where she said she didn't want to be around. She didn't want to be a mom.
Yeah, the defense is going to bring up. I don't think the defense ever would have brought them kids up there, man. No, 100% no.
Now, you know what? The defense will turn a jury against you. That may have really hurt the prosecution because a jury will turn on you fast when they think you're doing something like that.
Yeah, that's what.
So what's the
kids?
What's the out here? I mean, you know that you've bitten off a little bit more than you can chew. You know that you got Michael Proctor that's about to come on and plead the fifth. There's no way that he's going to be under. There's no way he's going to answer questions. The prosecution is not going to bring the lead investigator. The medical examiner did agree with the police officers that it could have been. Here it says it's inconclusive, but it also was from hypothermia. But it has a note. It was not from being in a fight. It says it on the thing. It was the medical examiner when she testified on the federal grand jury. It says it on the note. Inconclusive. It did die from these damages and hypothermia, but there's a note on it. It did not happen from him getting into a fight. Like, why the fuck would you put that on there unless you were coached to put that on there?
Well, here's the problem. None of that's going to be every bit of evidence in the trial has to have the ability to be cross-examined. They can't use really anything other than a sworn testimony, but that doesn't have a lot of weight to it unless she comes and sits on the witness stand and stands for cross-examination.
No way.
So I'm curious to see if they're going to call her. If they don't call her and they don't call Proctor, then I don't know. The prosecution's waiting for a summary judgment because I would almost think that the judge would have to give a summary judgment if you don't have the lead investigator that knows the case or the medical examiner to come in and be cross-examined on the way this person died since you charge him with murder. No one else can testify to that. The ME is the only one. I can, as a police officer, I can go into court and tell you it was a green leafy substance consistent with the odor of marijuana, but I can't tell you it's marijuana, even though I damn know well it is marijuana. But it's going to take a chemist from a lab that conducted the analysis on it to come in and say, yes, it was marijuana, and this is the test that I used, and this is how I come to the conclusion that it was THC, Delta 9, blah, blah, blah. So they have to do that. If they don't put the medical examiner on the stand, I say this case is done.
Explain that judgment for me, Joe.
Well, any party could ask the judge for a summary judgment, and if the judge says, I think that the evidence is tilted so far in one direction that the outcome is obvious, then they can give them the judgment right there. So the defense could at any point, and a lot of times you'll see it and it's just denied. They do it for appeal processes, that when the first thing the defense does, the first motion the defense brings when it's the defense case is to file a motion for a summary judgment, and the judge is just as quick as it's asked for, denies it, and they move on into the questioning. But this could give pause if they don't put Proctor up, and they damn sure don't put the medical examiner up there. I don't know how are they gonna prove the manner of death if the person that said what the manner of death was doesn't sit on the witness stand so they can be cross-examined.
Well, they did bring the first day or second day, they brought over 3 police officers that were the ones that were initially responded. And they did get their testimony that they found the body and there was damages or whatever. So they did get those guys, but they didn't get the one that you really could cross-examine and get some dirt on, which was Michael Proctor, who planted all the stuff and was found 12 hours later. They didn't get Michael Proctor. Same with when he went to the hospital. They brought on the stand someone who you really couldn't cross-examine because he was just in charge of all the doctors and he really wasn't involved. These are the type of people they're bringing on that you can't, like the kids. You can't even really ask them any questions because they weren't involved. They didn't see anything. They don't really know anything, and you can't really cross-examine them and get them into anything. Brian Higgins, yeah, he sucked, and Brian Alberts, yeah, he was terrible. But the rest of them, they're kind of softball that can softball witnesses that can say, okay, I was at the crime scene and this did happen, so they can introduce it, but they're not the right person to talk to. Well,
I'll say again, the only person that can testify on how O'Keefe truly died is the medical examiner, the person that has the expertise to be able to make a determination of how someone dies. Police officers don't make that determination. Nobody else makes that determination. Go back to my example. I can't sit on a witness stand and say that I know what marijuana is and what I found was marijuana. I have to testify that it was green leafy substance consistent with the color and texture of marijuana. The chemist that I send it to for the lab, the analysis, that's the person that gets up and says for sure. If I go to a drug case and I get up there and say it was a green leafy substance, there's no statute against having a green leafy substance, even whether it's consistent in the odor of marijuana or not. The offense is having the actual marijuana in it tested and proven that it is so. So now take that to a body. You can't have a murder if you can't say it's homicide or homicide and that it was unlawful homicide, unjustified homicide. The police officers can't say how that man died. He's just likely been hit by a car, has been by someone else, or been in a fight. They won't be able to tell you either way. So that's my point. If that medical examiner doesn't testify, I don't know how the judge would not give a summary judgment. One of the elements is you have to prove that the person died at the hands of the results of another's actions.
But the medical examiner said that he died from hypothermia and
medical examiner hasn't said anything in court that can be cross-examined. Everything you're hearing there is from somewhere else.
Now, different hearing. Yeah.
And at grand jury. Now, the grand jury testimony, it can only go, I don't know that you can even read it in court because there's a rule. If in order for it to be evidence, it has to be cross-examined. Watch when they put something into evidence. Oh, I would like to enter this into evidence. And if the defense and prosecution agree, then it'll go. If the defense has an objection to it, they hear the objection prior to it being evidence, but they can't introduce it and let the jury hear it until the judge says this is evidence. Right. Everything must be cross-examined. They get the chance to look at it before they put it in. That's why every witness, you have a direct examination and then you have a cross-examination. That's your constitutional right for your attorney to cross-examine every witness against you.
But they have brought that federal grand jury testimony. Like, for example, in Brian Higgins, they were like, well, didn't you testify at another hearing that you seen a person that was tall, that had brown hair? You didn't get a good look at him, but you seen him enter the house. Didn't you testify that in another hearing? And then they brought the paper up there and they said, is this okay? They have presented testimony from that federal grand jury several times already.
Now, they're allowed to do it, but look at the scope. They're not talking. Higgins is not commenting on somebody else's grand jury testimony. He's talking about his own.
Right.
Well, exactly. But when the medical examiner gets up there, they can also pull that out. You can't change your story now because we locked you into one when you were under oath saying it whenever it is you said with it. And you got to remember, too, there was also a state grand jury that I'm sure the medical examiner testified in the state grand jury for sure. That's how we got here. It had to have a state grand jury to indict. So
now, if
there's no way around the medical examiner getting up and telling how this guy died.
So, but you know that some of these witnesses, even if you don't call them, the defense is going to call them. So do you just not call them and have the defense say, there's a reason why they didn't call him? I'm about to show you. Or do you just go ahead and call Michael Proctor because you know the defense is anyway, or you don't call it because it looks like they're not going to call him because they should have already done it?
I think there's two courses of action there for prosecution in this situation. One is you let them get them up and you try to use your best litigation skills and reduce their testimony down to dirt. Try to just bash them, treat them like you would a defense witness, and try to impeach their testimony. Or the other one is this guy may be at home right now on his knees, lolly, praying that the judge gives a summary judgment and they can just end this damn thing right there. And he say, hey, man, I did my best, but the witnesses just sucked. I think that's only two categories they can go in. Yeah.
How do you exit from this? How do you exit from this before it gets any worse?
If I was the prosecution, I would have never brought the case. I would have taken a look at the bullshit that I had to deal with, and I wouldn't argue that in front of a jury.
They had to think she's gonna get the plea deal, or just if she would plea out, or I mean, because I know Michael Proctor, he had a text message that he was texting his friend Brian Albert. I wish she would just die.
So apparently,
now remember that the state can dismiss this case tomorrow. They can dismiss it at any time.
Do you think, Joe, that they brought the case only because of public pressure? Like had two grand juries. That clearly says to me that the prosecution or the prosecutor doesn't want to take ownership of prosecuting this case. They're going to say the only reason that this is in court is because the grand juries decided, that there was sufficient evidence. So they're trying to take that, put that burden on somebody else, take that off their shoulders.
You know what, Grizz? I don't know. I know there's a lot of uproar about police corruption. This Canton Police Department's got a lot more than this going on. There's missing narcotics, controlled substances out of their evidence room. There's missing firearms. The entire police department quit with the exception of one person. The local county had to pick up service, and I think they've only got 2 officers working back now, or as of just a few weeks ago. So there's a lot of other issues. There was a public vote, evidently in Massachusetts or in this township. You can vote to have your government audited, and they voted to have the police department audited. How many chiefs has there been since this incident? 2?
Yeah, there's been one. There was one chief, and then he retired like a couple days after, and then the other one, he's also retired. And then one of the person that was in the house was the fire chief's daughter was in the house, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to start day 19 of the Karen Reed murder trial, and I am looking forward to it. What's up, Lanu? You here also?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm super looking forward to it. It's like a brand new season of As the World Turns with this case. You just don't know what's going to happen, but I promise you, you don't have it figured out yet.
There's Big Ron. Big Ron, good morning, sir. Good morning, Big Ron.
Yeah, good morning, Big Ron. He's watching on YouTube. We got camera movement. Folks, those watching, comments are open. Shoot us comments and questions. We'll put them on the screen, and we'll answer what we can on air. But opening music's about to start.
Let the games begin.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Finoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within the County in Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you.
Not impressed.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
I'm Lyle for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, again, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Oh, Alan Jackson's back.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
You know, another thing I've noticed is the volume's a lot louder.
Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing?
Have you noticed a difference in that?
Since we left here last
Yeah,
week?
usually I have to put my earphones on. It's so soft.
Also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last here?
So nobody was watching Turtle Boy. None of you guys.
Now, jurors, before we start, I do want to give you that instruction again on what is evidence. So in considering the testimony of any witness, remember that the questions that are asked are not evidence. Only the answers, which are really the only part of the exchange between the lawyers and the witnesses that are under oath.
My team managed over 200 campaigns a year at the Opera House, and Monday.com really helped with.
After you learn that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him, and the witness answers no, then based solely on that question and answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that the uncle left the witness money, or that the witness poisoned him. So keep that in mind for reference when you're listening to testimony. All right, Mr. Lally, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Okay.
Ooh, Kevin O'Hara.
Who's that?
Don't know, but it's not Proctor.
Oh, it's 100% not Proctor. I think that's the mom and dad or something right there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, by the way, if you'll do that Channel 10 news, it doesn't kick out for commercial.
I'll have it. Next time I switch to commercial, I'm going to switch it up.
You promise to the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
This guy right here didn't want to get up this morning. Go back and face another day in trial.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Arnold.
I switched to this one. The actual trial is about 8 seconds ahead of this, so we'll catch up soon.
Forgive me, Arnold.
Forgive me, Your Honor. I brought this person that's innocent.
Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
So Kevin O'Hara, Ohara.
And how many employees, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the state police?
Just over 22 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
4.5 years.
And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT.
And how long
And
have you
the
been
CERT
cutting your
team
own
within the
hair?
state
I would say
police,
that.
Approximately how many members of that unit are?
We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them.
Generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the CERT unit within the state police does?
CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium.
We can search for evidence and find it when it doesn't exist.
How long has it been? How long have you been assigned to that?
He should be charged just for his hair.
Since 2014.
Like no
Now,
fade
were you working
whatsoever.
with that unit on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, I was, sir.
And at some point in the afternoon on that day, we were contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully in the state.
Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call.
Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him, or were you familiar with what units he supervises?
Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit.
If you could describe to the jury sort of process by which your particular unit is activated. Is that an instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. If we had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
So that initial call that you received about 2:32 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And who asked you to
The
cover
weather
it up?
that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
A blizzard.
And
2
as
inches
far
of
as that
snow.
initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, you can say about
He said they were conducting a death investigation in the town of Canton, and he was looking for CERT assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that initial?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond and that I would start working on the approval process, looking out my own window. I had been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on a response time.
And following that initial conversation with Lieutenant Tully,
Good thing it wasn't a barricaded person or life or limb.
If he called me or if I called him, I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was cleared, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
They're trying to put an excuse for why they left the crime scene just open at 9.
It's probably about 3:45 because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
And as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far as the response and who's to respond and how you were able to sort of pull together the volume to respond?
So CERT is broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53. Requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, or where did you eventually respond?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I stated, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56. So it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
Did you see a tail light?
From your house to that location in Canton, about how absent sort of the weather, how long the drive was that long?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of the unit were able to respond to the front of the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which should kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene, if anyone else preceded your arrival, who was on scene with that?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper Jay Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us?
Yes,
please?
sir. It's Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's Beausoleil.
Thank you.
Well,
And Lieutenant Rao, when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, and where was Trooper Bousselet?
I'm glad he spelled that.
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Bousselet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Booth led his vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene? when you
They
arrived?
don't have
He was not.
generators
And at
and
some point, did you
lights.
reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes.
No, it's like a
That was
circle
probably
of
around
headlights.
5 o'clock.
That's how you do it during the day.
Now, as far as the house that
Well, it
you
doesn't sound like a
walked by,
special team that you'd want to call out and get special approval for them or to come search your crime scene for evidence when they don't have anything.
outside the house at any point in time.
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene. That was the only person we saw.
It sounded like you need Waylon Jennings, like just a good old boy.
No, he was. If you
Now,
look
this
at
is
the
in
house,
Massachusetts.
there's
You got to remember, people in the north
sort
are
of
more
two front
sophisticated
doors,
than people in
one,
the south,
one
so that's
closer
not
to
what's
the
happening here.
garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door and a hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and he walked back inside the house.
Always
Now,
lying that he
as
made
far as
contact
the,
with Brian Albert.
Mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you went. What, if anything, did you know or observe in regards to the roadway and how it had been treated as plowed prior to plow?
The plow had really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road. So maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared, cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arriving on scene around 5, at some point did he, what if anything, where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, had you, what if any experience did you have doing this type of searching?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
A foot of snow is a blizzard.
And this is their special response team? Come on. This is your state police in Massachusetts.
I've never searched for anything in the snow before.
Gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state.
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
I can see why you would call you second.
I guess sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things of that.
I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies. So we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
But you couldn't find 34 pieces
And
of
as far
skillet?
as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any sort of methodical approach develop or what did you employ in this?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
And about how big an area was it that you initially sort of set out to search?
It was just over 50 feet, I believe, from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what, if anything, was given you in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim in this case was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we had found one or two of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if he knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
I told you not to mention Michael Proctor.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to bring certain items. Can you describe for the jury sort of the process and what, if any, tools or implements you use and sort of how that sort of?
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
As you mentioned, sort of the headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you were searching. What's the visibility?
I guarantee you all this equipment come out of their garages on a Saturday morning. I don't see.
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, we had decent visibility.
Yeah, no generators,
When you first
no sight lamps.
This is 8 in the morning. He needs headlamps.
Yes, it was.
Remain dark while you saw us.
No, it's in the evening. They didn't get there till 4 o'clock.
And in the area that you were looking.
Oh yeah, it's dark at 4. I forgot.
Your testimony, there wasn't much overhead sort of.
Didn't bring any evidence bags. Let me get some solo cups. Super professional.
Nothing that really helped the search.
He's brought some brooms and shovels to contaminate the crime scene.
The area that you were searching was in the area of the fire hydrant, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to sift through the snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front wall?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily searching or entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point that you, through the course of sort of shoveling and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass on the front lawn. Yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you encounter when you got to sort of grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving, even with the push broom and the rake. It was very difficult to definitively say we had cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
They're going to explain the blowers here.
We referenced that.
Brought my blower from my garage.
I borrowed it from the neighbor.
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene, is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts. But because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line. And we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
Yeah, the crime scene wasn't even secure anyway. It was just open for any Tom, Dick, and Harry to go over there and look around there.
7 members of your unit with anyone else present for the course session.
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police. So I'm not sure who the other 3 were. They were Canton detectives or Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in civil, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to violence?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
As far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, they were, sir.
And the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone touching them or moving them or placing them, other than what was sort of related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
Like the
and in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you and your team focus?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you assessed?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Oh, he's saying he found the taillight. That's
sir,
new.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that you covered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that thing?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small those, did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
That's why they circled their cars around so you couldn't see them planting the evidence next to the street.
What, if any, other items were located?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located in reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to pieces of clear red plastic?
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those,
It must suck having to go up there and lie about that.
where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through, and by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you're talking about, whether it be sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is...
Yeah, because that's the only thing that makes sense. It was under the road that was never plowed, allegedly.
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up? What were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I say, that we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in the shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to the other?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area. What was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably 8, maybe 18 inches of snow.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on scene as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
And as far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet, without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate.
But you were there to look
at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with the weather conditions and everything that had gone on? Okay.
Alan Jackson's going to give this guy a fucking rule.
Any sort of situation, the search that's submitted.
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said, if you want us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
What about securing the crime scene so when it melted, it would be undisturbed?
You mentioned troopers, Canton and Proctor, you received information that they were following a vehicle to the station. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you know either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor in the area of critical care during the entire time? Okay.
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not, right?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as
Proctor wasn't even on the scene now.
How was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we've continued to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
Wait, they're asking him to make sure, hey, did you write that down and make sure this is done properly? That doesn't sound right at all.
They're just trying to cover their ass. So when Proctor makes a stand, he can say, I didn't find that. This other guy with the stupid haircut did.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. They let me run the search the way I deem best.
So in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document this?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe during that process, as far as mapping is concerned, as to how the positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items, or 3 pieces of the tail light. But as he was marking those items on his GPS, they kept, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other. So he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if you were to mark all the pieces we located.
But really, it was 27 pieces, but we said it was just 3.
Pieces of tail light that were marked on the item. Excuse me. Were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
Let me see the photo. This guy is clearly lying. It's unbelievable that they're putting this story together and lying and putting this thing together. It's crazy.
Yes.
What do you think, Lanu?
Yeah, I don't know if the guy's lying. I will say I'm not impressed if that's the professionalism of the Massachusetts State Police when it comes to a crime scene search. I mean, they don't show up with any lights. They don't show up with any special gear. Well, we use our GPS, connects with 4 satellites to give us precise location, but, you know, they're all on top of each other, so we only marked a couple. There are other pieces of equipment out there that are used from a laser transit. We just set it up, and then you go and you stand by each piece of evidence, and it marks exactly where that's at. I mean, it rebuilds the crime scene. That's the way modern law enforcement works. I don't know what's happening up there.
They're clearly trying to say that Michael Proctor was not the one who found it, and they still haven't said why they left the crime scene.
Sir, I'm showing you
Why they left the crime scene without taping it off and securing it.
briefly.
You got that down because I know that's a policy on television, but putting tape up is not necessarily a requirement for searching the crime scene.
When the dead police officers on the yard?
Doesn't matter who's dead. What's the tape doing?
Keeping people from stepping on it until they have a chance to go through it. Since they
who's walking across it? Do we have a problem with people walking through the crime scene?
Well, when you're finding evidence the next day and 2 days later.
Do you recognize what's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Madam Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Any objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Other being marked, may we approach quickly?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, she needs to have her attention on the marking, I'm sorry.
Sounds like they're going to call like 4 or 5 police officers and just try to prove their case there and not have to call Proctor. And say Proctor wasn't there, but Michael Abbott testified that Proctor came to his house and did talk to him that morning. But he's acting like Michael Proctor was never there.
In response to range minded about not certified GPS, a GPS is not going to, he's right. It's not going to show the distance or the exact location of small items close together. A laser transit in a stick that records where you're standing, you put that where the evidence is and lock it down, then give it a number, and you create a schematic of the crime scene. That's the way it's done. What they did, I don't know what they did up there.
Covered up a murder.
Well, once again, are we talking criminal or are we talking incompetence? It's hard to say.
Alan Jackson's gonna take this guy for a little roll.
So is this first we're hearing that Proctor did not find these pieces of taillight, that it's this special super duper secret need approval team to come out in the blizzard with their snow shovels to find it?
100%. There's no reason to even talk with Michael Proctor at this point because someone else found it. He found the shoe, he found the taillight, so Michael Proctor can keep on being a police officer because he had nothing to do with this.
And these guys are professional. CERT team needs special approval to have them even move. They are so specialized and artistic and proficient in retrieving evidence.
Yeah. And
this is what I'm to believe.
When they took 5 shovels of snow and found the shoe, then they called his boss and he said, "That's all you were there to find. Come on back."
Jurors, it's very important that we keep our record straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us, but sometimes it takes a while. I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this. Take up any extra time.
Alan Jackson
All right,
says,
do you need
"Nah,
those
I ain't
photos
working with this
back,
clown."
Mr. Lally?
Maybe report on that, Laura.
All right.
So we have a little silence in the case, but yeah, you can see what the prosecution is trying to do. They're trying to just take Michael Proctor completely out of the case. They cannot bring him up there. So they're trying to say this officer is seeing what was going on. This officer is the one that found it. This is, if you want to say that the police office work was shoddy, then you can kind of point at this guy or this guy, but not Michael Proctor. There's no reason to call him to the stand. They're probably going to try to make it look like Michael Proctor, try to discredit him.
Well, now they're dancing around that 18 inches of snow is a blizzard in Massachusetts. You folks in Massachusetts, when we get a little snow down here in Texas, y'all talk a bunch of crap, but we can move around. We've had 18 inches. We didn't call that necessarily a blizzard. We might have lost power a couple of times, but for the most part, I don't believe that people in Massachusetts believe that 18 inches is a can't get out of my driveway, and we wouldn't normally come out in life-threatening blizzard.
I would say when he's like, "Well, how big is your penis?" You're like, "Oh my God, it's probably this long." But the measurement sticks on the crime scene said it was 2 inches at 7 in the morning, and it was a foot, 12 inches. It was 12 inches of snow later that night, and he's saying 18, which is clearly past 12.
I approach the witness room.
Yes.
The sheriff for you is laser points on that point. It's really higher than the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, just go with you on that. Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as Exhibit 134? I'm sorry, 111.
Oh, hold on, might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury that if you using that laser pointer, what if anything is significant to be purpose?
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
And sir,
On top of the snow.
Now, as far as when you're conducting this search or when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes, because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
As far as the wind was concerned, what if any impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you conducted?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on top.
When I was throwing the taillight down, I seen a few pieces were blowing around, so I pushed them in the snow a little.
Okay.
And then, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
This is sort of a different perspective of the same area that you were talking about in the last photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you at 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Again, a closer up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up with one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
Yeah. So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
You're talking like a little bitch.
I understand. So we
jury's
need
mad
to
at
turn the
you.
air conditioning off so that we can hear you. Yes, please.
So Jerry, everyone needs to get mad.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at is.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
And the next photograph is going. This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it? How big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
You don't measure evidence.
And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence if you're too far apart. you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar size item that we're looking for, and we'll space out because this was such a condensed search area. We just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they search through the area.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at, or what, if anything, of significance you're observing this.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And as far as the airing and the curving that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Yeah, I'm sorry, using the laser.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curving right here.
The next photograph is coming. So similar, as far as this photograph is concerned, what, if anything, you observe in that photograph? What do we?
It's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneakers in the bottom, right down here.
The next photograph. Again, what, if anything, are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer, zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is going. The other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Is that fixed sort of in relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in the testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. As far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph. And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How it appeared when it was discovered?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is coming. Next photograph is coming. And sir, in this photograph, if we could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is at 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This would be, might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
And the next photograph. And again, so what is depicted in this? Sort of 126.
See a little closer, zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, did that sort of take the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127.
I like how they're saying plastic taillight.
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph is in the 128. So if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
The next photograph, 129. Again, if you could.
I know because I'm the one that planted it there.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear tail light. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph 131. What, if anything, is depicted in Exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red tail light located on the ground in this location.
And the next exhibit 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 130?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of tail light right here located on the ground.
The next exhibit 133. Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 130?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
And lastly, exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
John, may I?
Yes.
Go away and just take a look at those and look up anything.
What's that, sir?
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
What's contained in those diagrams, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon?
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll vote to seek to introduce.
No objection to the maps.
All right. Thank you.
It's 135.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to one in each succession to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135. Is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
You mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned range of error. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram.
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I stated before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what if any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular diagram.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the
Maybe if he
sneaker,
moves
you'll see a
fast
second red
enough, you
piece of
can tell where the
plastic,
hell he's talking about.
and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cameron, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen is that what you have before you, is 136.
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram, or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. And we started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value, is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was it from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street. So down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'd be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection had wound up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two, I think, is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
So was it those
This guy is an
variables that sort of led to the
embarrassment.
conclusion,
Straight
that
embarrassment.
yourself
A
and
rookie
Lieutenant
could have done a
Bellin
better job.
Cease searching at that particular point after you had gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
No further lines from this witness.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It was at my house.
I'm sorry?
It was at my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that
Correct,
time, right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you
need us to find,
you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
The less I know,
Is it
the better.
important
That way I don't have to
maintain the
testify to
integrity
it.
of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Well, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would, please just respond to
what my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the objection, Your Honor.
So no comments. Ms. Giannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right. So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 253 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team. Because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
All right. But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
They didn't have the tail light yet.
Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
We don't have the tail
Sergeant
light
Simpson
yet.
at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions. So as I listen to it, if they missed it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct, sir. We weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered into the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, "Sir, activated en route to Canton."
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability?
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was timestamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay.
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through the whether to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
All right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our
who's on the crime
geotab,
scene
which
and
is
when they
our
got there is
vehicle
super not
locator, to
important.
determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? Let's get back to the podium. Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
And I manually
Do you
didn't enter it.
deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet,
All
sir.
right, but again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
With the tail
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay.
They didn't
and so
have the
last
green
member
light.
of your team, which is again Carrier,
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
he showed up at 5:41, and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually.
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene after getting the team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
I was in my car.
I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did not.
Who used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right.
I was in my car waiting for the sun to go down so I could plant the tail
at the
light.
scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that,
Yes, sir.
which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34th Avenue,
Correct, sir.
and then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was
It's also
Lieutenant
where the
Tully
Alberts
from
brought out the hot
Norfolk
chocolate and
State
coffee
Police
for us.
Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right. But in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
Right.
Give or take 16,
And
15
there is
feet.
an
Yes.
entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything in that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission. And would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't.
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
What's up, John? What do you think so far?
All set, sir. Thank you.
I may approach you.
Yes.
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir. So I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment. All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes?
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole, yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area, less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Allow it. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the 2 GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate?
Where you're saying 3 feet, I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS markings, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions. All right. So with regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it. But I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right. And then, moving along, we have the red piece of plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic. Then finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found? Several feet south.
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay. All right. So we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No. Okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
Can I have those exhibits, please?
Yeah, I think he's having a problem figuring out where the evidence is, and now he's like, "Damn, I need to play stupid here.
Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right. The jury needs to take a break. Why don't we
Sure.
why don't we have this 3-hour morning? So we'll take about 15.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me, please. Okay. Okay.
All right, what do we got here? What's up, John? What are we seeing so far?
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their.
What do we got, bro? Your mic is like muted or something, brother. Joe, you there?
Well, if Joe's going to pause for a second, can you guys fill me in real quick? I'm sorry I jumped in the last part of that of them examining him. So what did I miss? Who else was brought up?
Oh, there's John. Good,
Yeah,
John. What did
okay.
he miss? What did he miss?
So I was watching before I jumped on, and this is just adding to the list that this police work is shoddy. I mean, and that's an understatement at this point. I'm flabbergasted. I mean, I am. You would not expect this from a local agency or even a city agency, but setting that aside, now you're talking about a state agency. It's like, what the hell's going on in Massachusetts? Like their training standards. Wow.
Yeah. Basically, Vet, what you've missed is the first witness of the day. They called this police officer, and this is is actually a state police special stage 2 crime investigation team. They were called, but they didn't get the green light until after they recovered Karen Reed's car and was able to smash up the taillight. So they didn't get the green light to even go to the investigation of a police officer that had been murdered or killed and left for dead out in the front yard. They didn't get a green light until it was like almost dark. And then, so he's testifying that he went out there, and this is after the initial investigation when 2 inches of snow, they never found the shoe. They never found the tail light. I mean, this is before the plow really made significant, parts where it kind of blocked it, but they never found the shoe. They didn't find any taillight whatsoever. So this guy is coming back 12 hours later, and he's on this specially trained team, which Lanu is, and John seems to disagree that his special training seems pretty amateur. But and they went out there, and he's the one that found the taillight. The first 4 pieces he documented, and then now he's changed his story that he only said 4, but really there was a bunch of other pieces, which was like 30. So that's pretty much what you've missed. He's been talking. The prosecution asked him a couple softball questions. Now Yannetti, the defense counsel, is starting to ask him some more questions, but you can tell it's just breadcrumbs that are showing he's contradicting himself. And as Joe Lanu pointed out, the margin of error was like, I found it here, but it's give or take 5 feet, or I found it there, give or take 16 feet. It's like give or take 16 feet. What the hell kind of crime scene are you talking about? But that's pretty much where we are right this second.
And and I'm trying to catch up here. So, all right, let's go with the scenario that she backed into O'Keefe's car, cracked the tail light. Pieces fell on the bumper. Okay. She traveled over 100 miles looking for him. So then they recover said taillight pieces on the bumper. my theory is that when the pieces fell on the bumper, was it not starting to snow, already a light snow? So those pieces become frozen to the bumper. But then when they impound her vehicle, they see the pieces. So it's like, okay, where did the pieces originally, where did they originate from when she backed into O'Keefe's car before, she started looking for them? Because there's other spots on that quarter panel that are conducive to where she hit his rear windshield wiper on his Traverse. That, like, all that matches up when they back her vehicle up to his.
I just think it's the timing. They call for the tow truck at 3:00 in the afternoon. They get the tow truck back to the police station at 4 something. They act like it was 5 something, and then they give the green light for the CERT team to go over there with fragments of the taillight and the shoe I forgot to take out of the house. And then they find this instead of at 2 inches of snow when the first team went through. Now they found this when there's 12 or they testified to 18 inches of snow. Now they find this. That seems a lot unbelievable.
Yeah. And how did the shoe come off from just, if let's just say she did accidentally hit him or, backing up that speed, your shoe is not going to come off. Now I can see a shoe coming off while they're beating the hell out of him in the basement in the gym area.
Yeah. The shoe coming off. I think it's pretty common that if you got hit by a car enough to send you 12 feet flying, a shoe falling off is pretty believable, I guess.
Yeah.
What's up, Big Ron?
Morning, everybody. How's you guys doing? Good weekend, I hope.
Good weekend. Woke up with a raging headache, but it's going away.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I know
raging
I had
hangover.
Talking about the shoe, has there been any evidence showing how he was dressed? Did he have both shoes on?
So just because I've heard some other reports, like from Turtle Boy, he had a hat on, which they did find the hat later after the shoe. He has shoes on, and he also had a belt on. Now, the belt was never found, not in the ambulance, not anywhere. The belt was never found, but they did find the one shoe, and later they did find the hat as well.
Right. My question being is, when they recovered the body out of the snow, did it have both shoes on, or was one shoe missing?
One shoe was missing originally.
Okay, so one shoe was missing originally. And I know they were talking about he kept going back and forth to the clear plastic and the red plastic, but given the fact that they went out there with Tonka trucks and a snowblower, how do they know that where they found those pieces was even accurate?
True. Yeah, you know what? That's a great point. It's a great point.
I mean, I think Joe said it right. They could have at least used, when they were finding these pieces laying on the ground, instead of using the red Solo cups to put the stuff in there, at least flip it over and cover the piece of item and take pictures of it, so they had some sort of an idea of where everything was laid out. Joe made a point that even a kindergartner could have done a better job than this. This is ridiculous the way they're handling this crime scene.
And another thing that's interesting is February 18th. Now, this is on January 27th. February 18th, Michael Proctor went to the crime scene and found a over 6 inch piece of taillight fragment. And this is like 3 weeks later that they didn't find for 3 weeks. That is like, what? What's up, Joe?
Sorry, guys. I've been on the phone with some breaking news out of Minnesota. Trooper Lundgren, the trooper that we did the little spot on our Friday show, the trooper that shot the guy who took off with an officer still in his car that they were charging, dropped charges on Sunday. The state is no longer seeking prosecution for Trooper Lundgren. So that's good news. And folks that follow Night Court, tonight's show will be on the Trooper Lundgren incident and how that's taken a political turn. But back on what's going on here, let's talk about crime scene search. This guy's talking about, well, our mapping is a plus or minus 16 feet on a good day, but this wasn't a good day, so it'd be 16 plus feet is the accuracy that you can account for on where the evidence was found. But all this evidence was in close spots. So when you look at the map, all the evidence is one red dot. But then he talks about the fire hydrant. Let me tell you how it's done prior to all this fancy equipment. It's real simple. You take a tape measure, you find a point that won't change, like a fire hydrant or a tree or a building, and you measure from that. You say at this azimuth direction at 15 feet, I found a red apparent taillight lens plastic. At this direction, at whatever many feet and inches, I found this. That way, when you're done with your crime scene and it's all done and said and over with, the idea is that you could go back and recreate this crime scene at any given time because you have all the measurements marked out. And that's doing it with no equipment, like these guys evidently had no equipment. Most agencies, not even just state agencies, most agencies have a laser transom, which is the thing you set up on a tripod, and it's a laser that spins around, knows exactly the elevation and where it's at on the map. And you got a stick that reflects that laser. You go out there and you stand by each piece of evidence that you found. You hold the stick there, you shoot it, and it records it. It will literally recreate that scene digitally on where every piece of evidence that you recorded is found. What they did out there is ridiculous. Another basic, very basic, it's taught in basic law enforcement school or police academy, is that when there's a crime scene that's established, somebody's designated as a recorder. That person stands there with a notepad. Anybody walks in and out of that crime scene, you record their name and you record the time they went in and out. You'll see with rookie officers, when they're on the crime scene, they'll walk in, as Kingdom likes to say, in and out of the tape. It doesn't always have to be tape, but let's say there is tape. They'll walk in and out. Usually recorders say, hey, can you pick a spot and quit walking in and out? Because I've got to write your name down and record the time that you come in and out each time because you want to walk out here and have a cigarette or something. My point is that this is super rookie. I can't believe this is a state level law enforcement officer that's on something in air quotes called a special response team. There was nothing special about this. There was a bunch of yahoos that showed up out there. He didn't understand the importance of recording the time that everybody arrived and how many people were on the scene. Look at the photographs. None of the evidence there is marked with any type of marker. He's looking at it, and it's like find Waldo in each one of these pictures. Well, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I see it now. There's some taillight lens there. I see that. It doesn't show you any perspective where that's at in the landscape of the crime scene. Everything about this is super, super unprofessional. I would say that police academy recruits that are often called out on these types of, when you got a large area to search, they'll bring out police recruits and put them side by side walking through finding evidence. They know how to do this better than this lieutenant who sat on the stand today. It's embarrassing for law enforcement straight up.
Yeah, there's been a couple when right after I got out was in FTO that I'm standing there with a legal pad writing people's names and times down.
Yeah, it's usually the rookie's job.
Yeah.
Write that down.
Fact.
I do have a little bit of news. So as the break, the people are walking out of the courtroom, and it does look like usually the witnesses are sitting outside waiting the next one. So it's a woman who looks like is the MSP criminalist Maureen Harnett, who failed her proficiency examined wrongly, reported that human hair was found on Karen Reed's vehicle. So this looks like, it's hard to read it because it's so small, but this is the potential next witness who will be up there saying that she found the human hair on Karen Reed's body, which ended up being debunked. Will be next.
Yeah, there it is. Apparent glass was also noted on the rear bumper. That's what I was talking about a minute ago.
Yeah, so that's what we have to look forward to after this one.
It should be just as breathtaking as what we
sure.
witnessed with this cat.
I think you were gone, Joe. But it's like, when Kingdom asked me, he was like, "What do you think?" I was like, you hate to see this on any level of a law enforcement agency, but a state agency. I was like, damn, what's their training standards up there? I mean, this just blows my mind.
Well, what's the problematic with it, John, is it doesn't appear that he even knows the right way. That's like when he's like, well, we didn't mark the body. We didn't know exact location. But your evidence that you're finding is okay with 16 feet plus or minus error margin.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you might as well just guess where the body was. I'm sure you would have been within 16 feet of where it was at with just a cursory inspection.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
16 feet.
What's
They
even
could put
better
you in the
is
middle of the yard, or
what's even better is he mentions the fire hydrant, which the fire hydrant is a known point. It's not going to move. It'll be there. You'll know its location for many years. So why not use it as the known point and measure everything off of that?
Yeah.
16 feet, that can put you in the middle of their yard or put you in the middle of the street. That's a big margin.
Well, his body was 12 feet from the curb. His body is inside the error of margin, according to this lieutenant.
Hell, at 16 feet, depending on the size of the yard, they could have put him inside the house.
True.
Or in the middle of the street. Who knows? As long as it's with you. Go look at your Google map. You'll see that one red dot. That's where everything was found. The one dot. Oh, it's all right there. It was just too close for us to dictate.
I think we all know where this is pointing, but do you also, and I've just thought about this a minute ago, you think this was a rush job?
Rush job.
Well, and I was going to comment on what Lisa's saying. She says cover up by design. I still can't prove that it's just flat incompetence. This lieutenant, and I'm not super cop. John, you were law enforcement in North Carolina. I was law enforcement in Texas. You and I don't have the same training, different experiences, but you and I think have picked up on the exact same things, especially with reporting time on and time off scene inside the crime scene. Who was doing conducted searches? And it should be exactly who found it. Officer so-and-so found this plastic at this location. That's how these scenes are supposed to be documented. And it doesn't take a whole lot of training. It doesn't take a CSI crime investigator to come out there, and it doesn't take the FBI. Local law enforcement agencies can document a scene, and they do it every day with much more proficiency than what we're seeing out of the state police in Massachusetts. So I just don't know if Lisa is correct that it was a cover-up. He's playing ignorant just to make sure that there's a cover-up, or if these guys just don't really know what the hell they're doing there. And it doesn't appear that they really care. It's interesting that the state, they said it with the BAC. Well, we gave them a wide range. So they like to do range and area weapons when they're shooting at defendants, but the defendants need to have sniper shots when they shoot back at the state. It doesn't seem like it's a fair system up there if that's the way every court case goes. You wonder how many of these types of cases are going on and Americans are being put under the heel of the government with a plus or minus 16 feet or, a wide range of evidence that can be used against them and are being convicted or taking pleas up there. This Karen Reed evidently had the financial wherewithal to bring in the guns to bear to fight back. It's disappointing.
It's a murder trial.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if I was this, I think he's a lieutenant. If I was called in to do this and I'm sitting there in my command post and I see, I recognize two state troopers. Okay. But then there's three more that I don't recognize. I'm sorry. If I'm in charge at that time, I'm going to get out of my command post and say, hey, who are you? Who are you with? And if nothing else, write it down on a piece of paper, just in case somebody else isn't.
Well, John, if he's in my crime scene, if I set up a command post, that means I'm in command of this crime scene. If he's in my crime scene, I damn sure want to know who he is and what he's doing there. And if he doesn't need to be there, I want him out.
Out. Yeah. If you're not doing something, then out. What if you are in there doing something? What are you doing? You need to articulate all that. You need to document that. So and so was doing this. So and so was doing that.
Yeah, Lieutenant O'Hara, Kevin E. O'Hara is his name. So Lieutenant O'Hara, 3/4/2002 is when he was hired, and he's had two internal investigations that have happened. The first one allegation was conduct for alcohol and drugs. He did fail a alcohol and drug test. And the other allegation was policy, procedure, and operations, which internal investigation, alcohol and drugs. It looks like the same exact offense because it was received on the same date. But for conduct and policy, procedure, and operations, he just gave 7 vacation days and back in the mix.
Poor thing.
Yeah. And then he was promoted to lieutenant after that.
Wow.
I don't have any comments on that.
It sounds like they're also scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, he's like, look, man, I promise I'll say whatever you want about the Karen Reed trial, or I'm so sorry, don't fire me. Or he's probably like, when they were going to fire him, he was like, look, dude, I know some shit on you guys about the Karen Reed thing. And if you fire me, then I'm going to fucking work with the defense and I'm going to tell them everything I know. And
well,
then
was his
like,
drug and alcohol offense since the Karen Reed, or was it prior to the Karen Reed?
It was after. It's 2000. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was before 2014. You're right. I'm sorry. 2014.
I can't imagine if they had somebody better to put on the stand, they would have. That guy was, I don't think he testified well. If you notice, he only looked at the jury when he knew 100%. He felt confident about what he was saying. How many times did you see him look at the jury?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
I can
wondering
think
if
of two.
that agency is great. They're at the bottom.
That's the state police, John.
Well,
that is the highest law enforcement agency. They have the most jurisdiction of any other agency in the state of Massachusetts because they cover the entire state.
Well, they've still got a bottom of a barrel. So
we've seen it on the stand today, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I hope that, hey, this guy's a lieutenant. What do you think the regular officers underneath him are? Think they got more snap than this?
They have to, right?
Well,
they're all at the waterfall bar, playing grab ass and shit, drinking through tumblers and then smashing it on people's heads and killing them.
And you know what? I really expected this, and I didn't get to hear a lot of that. I had to take a phone call. I really expected the defense to jump in on the fact of this plus or minus 16 feet is an error of margin. Did they bring up that?
Not yet.
Is he still on the stand? Are we taking a break, or is he over?
The jury's taking a 15-minute break, but he was going into like, so you found this piece of evidence and the taillight, and then you're saying the shoe was 3 feet south is where the shoe was found, but you just said a few minutes ago that it could be less than a foot. So was it 3 feet away, or was it one? Oh, I don't know. So he's
well, the error of margin is 16 feet, Kingdom. It's 16 feet. When we're talking about the one piece was found 3 feet away, I mean, it's 3 feet or 18 feet.
No,
19 feet is literally what he is telling you.
Yeah, the sentence before that, he said it's they were found right together, right? It was less than a foot. Yes. But you said earlier it was found 3 foot away. So was it? Well, I don't know. I'm not looking at the actual report that they told me to write. They're catching him in a lie, but they had to take a break so the prosecution can have a talk with this guy and get him to get his fucking story straight before the defense asks him any more questions, because he's looking ridiculous. So let's take a break and let me catch him up to speed of what he's supposed to say.
I think the most telling was when they asked him, did you record where the body was? Well, no, it wasn't there, so we couldn't have an exact location of where it's at. Well, you don't have an exact location of where anything is at. You're telling us that the error of margin on this system that you documented on is an error of margin on a good day, 16 feet. And he says, well, this day wasn't good. The weather wasn't good. So we're not sure exactly we don't know where anything was at, is what the man's telling you. And Lisa says that Maine has or Massachusetts has a long history of the state agencies and FBI framing innocent people. I can't say that I could argue with her. Yeah. I can't. This is just a ridiculous case. This case would not fly in Texas. I don't know that a DA would actually stand in front of a jury and try to put this case on, to be quite honest with you. It's horrible.
Great. What's up, Big Ron? You back?
Hey, another thing I noticed on these pictures of the photographed evidence, they're talking blizzard, but I don't see any snow falling. And the snow that's there looks like it'd been there for a minute. So I don't know how much I'm leaning on the fact that this was such an exigent circumstance of this 100-year blizzard that's moved through there. It doesn't sound like it was much of a blizzard, in my opinion.
It's an excuse. Big Ron, is that you? Oh,
that is me, gentlemen. Yeah, StreamYard on my phone's a little weird, so I keep hitting the wrong buttons.
I heard some noise. Court's back in, but yeah, let me see here. Let me bring this back.
So they've got 2,000 sworn troopers as of 2022. I don't know how that compares.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Nettie, you can go back to the podium.
Watch, he's gonna know exactly what to say right now after he had his little 15-minute.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found. Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again,
Well, you know, it's a give and take, you know, some here, some
The
there.
exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to.
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay, redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor. So, Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
You were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than, that doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the
Of your arrival on scene,
correct, sir.
as well as each member of your unit. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that. Is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Need this journal back.
Thank you.
Hey, what was his last name?
Mr. Yannetti, this is your paperwork, I believe.
His name is
All right, Mr.
Lieutenant
Lally, next
O'Hara.
witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Maureen Hartnett to the stand.
Maureen Hartnett. There we go. Yeah. Maureen Hartnett.
Just step right up here and just watch your step for me.
You solemnly swear the understatement of the court is hearing the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist too now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Now, your current position, what is your position at the crime lab now?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too in the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist 2?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist 2.
She's looking at the
And
jury the
explain
whole
to the
time.
jury sort of what goes on
Everything
as far
she
as that
says, she looks at
process
the
is
jury.
concerns,
Yeah.
Going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2.
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the Criminalistics Unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response?
In the Criminalistics Unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the Crime Scene Response Unit?
For the Crime Scene Response Unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the Crime Scene Response Unit, what is based on your training and experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now, with regard to those two positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those two units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training, yes. Let me ask you first to start with the criminalistics.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification, such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence, such as blood stain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there some audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury what remediation is and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that at the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as the loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a 2-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a coded, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, 1 to be tested in our DNA unit and 1 to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartman, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting your work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
And you on a man approach?
Yes.
All right, let's hear about the dog, Big Ron. Let's hear about the dog.
You love that dog,
bro. They took some. I mean, because she went 75 miles an hour. I mean, excuse me, 75 miles in a blizzard, and then they find this little hair on it that they planted, but it wasn't even human hair. It's from the dog. They planted the wrong hair. Fucking idiots. At least
so many holes in this case.
Yeah, if you're gonna do bad things, at least do bad things well.
Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's, it looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized? Ms. Harden, you were taking notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Includes the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJF7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
I approach Jan, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce in the minutes.
So that's
Any
what she looks
objection?
like when she's telling the
Thank you.
truth.
About 137.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardnett, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Hartnett, before you, I believe on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point it at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Harding, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
So in this area here.
And as far as the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the document.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken tail light was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that lift gate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Oh, excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say apparent human hair on the rear bumper, why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab and examined microscopically?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserve it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification. That would be done in the trace unit. They would also, they also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third diagram within that. And again, Ms. Harding, what's up on the screen is that was before you as the third diagram?
Yes.
Or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of that?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Ms. Gilman, you can, excuse me, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs. Just ask you generally look at those, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there.
What do we got? What do we got? What did I miss? What happened?
They talked about examines the glass, and that she doesn't do it, and pretty much did, really.
Is she sounding more believable?
I find it curious how her notes aren't on.
Hey, ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
How long does this speak the minutes of that? Minutes?
No objection.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise.
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is recording so that the witness may review them. Okay, are we done?
If anyone speaks before I'm done, it won't be on the record.
I've come to the conclusion that they did a bad investigation, so years later, no one gets in trouble. It was all planned from the get-go. They weren't trying to frame her. They were just trying to frame her in the moment. And then, of course, years later, all the evidence was BS. And then they can't get the real story.
Thank you very much.
That theory sounds spot on to me, bro.
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up and the witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498. Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, next photograph, 2500. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as this exhibit 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Canton Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, that's going 2501. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is Gilman 2502. And do you recognize what's in this photograph as well?
Yes,
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Harnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman 2506. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's open around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you were talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2508. So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observe that thing.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, Ms. Hartman, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512. And Ms. Harden, direct your attention up on the screen. What's now been marked as exhibit 150? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items you observed, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear chair light? To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits, do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce in a minute. Just 4 photographs as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection to this.
How did that piece of tail light stay on that car after 70 miles unless they smashed it there at the police station?
$156 to $159.
I'll take those. Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2521. Ms. Hartnett, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 156?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have Ms. Gilman photograph 2527. Your Honor, may I have just a moment with counsel?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. So, Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention to the screen, photograph 2527, that's now been marked as Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hartnett, 2535, which has now been marked as Exhibit 159, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 9 photographs, and just ask you to look at those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in this? And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those nine, that set of nine there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm open to introduce and admit as the next nine exhibits.
Is there any objections to Jackson?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Well, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Or we're going to turn the air conditioning off again because you cannot keep your voice up.
Is that courtroom being controlled by a freezer, or do they not have a thermostat in there?
Well, the air conditioner makes noise, and he cannot seem to talk loud enough over the air conditioner is the problem.
160 through 166. I'm sorry, 26.
Yeah, and then the next thing he says, he's whispering again. It's like, come on, dude. Raise your voice and act like you don't want the jury pissed off at you when they turn the air conditioner off.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Big Ron, it's probably like a window.
Your Honor,
unit or
with court
something.
permission, may I publish portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Sergeant, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
As far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph 2540. Now exhibits 161. Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554 exhibit 165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
Do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using laser pointer to where you observe that and what if any area of damage or what that's denoted?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 2558. My apologies, 2556. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what if anything is depicted that you noted something sort of black or further examine that later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just move those up on your thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Come up, see if you can do the next one. Do it. Okay.
It's 169 to 172.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs of the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now marked as exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you placed in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom into that area. Sorry, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's another series of photographs of this asking the same question. If you could take a look at those and asking if you recognize generally what they are.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll call on to introduce the witness, the next exhibits.
No objection.
173 to 186.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask to publish some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2558. Again, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's contained in photograph 2558, exhibit 173.
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2561. For the record, this is exhibit 176. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there. It's hard to recognize what's depicted in this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those that we finished. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to introduce the minutes and next.
No objection. Thank you.
One 187 to 189.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. Sorry, it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the light back. Thank you, Mr. Officer. Now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I use disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle. So a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
With a hammer.
And as far as what exactly was it that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a larger envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those Now, when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
As far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with the court's permission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 8970. Now, Ms. Hart, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's depicted in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now on the screen is exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you?
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972 to 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this book?
That is the back side of the taillight. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that time. Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hartnett, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to the hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM. What, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for that you observed in this specific instance to give you that determination that it was a human?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on the shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, or in animals, it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what, if any, opinion or what, if any, determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically here?
I determined the hair was consistent with the human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
Or may the witness refer to her notes just in reference to that?
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not. I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And do you know why that is?
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, are you familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items. What is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for in regard to your examination of the clothing?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just showing you, here's 6 photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. Okay.
Thank you.
Not saying that it's remarkable, but I will say this is probably the strongest evidence I've seen in the trial so far as the analysis of the car and the shirt.
It is the first time that you're seeing the cracked taillight, the pictures of it, and how there's still fragments of the taillight on the bumper after all that traveling. And you have her, she clearly it was her first day on the job or something. You know what I mean?
Ms. Harden, before I turn to these, I just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about or testifying about sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that will be attached to the scalp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, but not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
Could it be
And
from
so
a dog?
to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where?
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9789. Ms. Harden, I'm putting up on the screen now what's been marked as exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph. What's up on the screen is exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Harden?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
For all that bleeding he was doing in the back of his head, it seems like
And
that's
you
not
recognize
enough
what's up
blood.
on the screen now is exhibit 192.
And
Yes,
there's
I
no
do.
blood in the snow either.
You explain the jury what that is.
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not last time, for this purpose, photograph 9792. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 193?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 194?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
And the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman 9796. If you could zoom in on that one.
Those are the dog bite
Now,
that they
Ms.
said was
Harden,
road
we're looking at
rash.
Here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and goes up to 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Partner showing you another series of photographs. Just ask if you could review those, look up when you're finished.
By looking at his sweatshirt, that had to be a dog biting into a sweatshirt, because if it was road rash or anything else, his shirt would be ripped, right?
Partner, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What'd you say,
Come
John?
on, to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Not only
Yes,
that, those are puncture marks in that sweatshirt. Those are not drag marks.
Your Honor, if I may
They're
approach just to
holes
show the
from
next
being
series of
drugged.
photographs.
Okay.
That's awesome evidence for the defense to say that she
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
get drugged by the car. That's a dog bite or something biting into it or being scabbed or something.
And on the inside sleeve, one of the pieces of fabric where it was pushed in, it had a little bit of like blood-like substance on it, like it had actually gone into the wound.
I haven't seen that. I'm hoping they'll give a closer view of that. I missed all that you're talking about. I couldn't see any damage on the photograph.
Oh, you didn't see the sweatshirt?
Well, I saw the sweatshirt, but I didn't see the.
It's 196 through 205.
Thank you.
Ms. Harden, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
That was what they're talking about right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
With respect to what's up
You
on the
didn't
screen, Ms.
get
Harden,
drugged
you
by the
recognize
car
what's
with
down
that.
the
That's a
marker?
dog's
Nice.
tooth going
Yes.
through your
What do you
sweatshirt.
That
recognize
is
that
dog
to be?
teeth.
That is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
Is Ms. Gilman, if I could
Canine
have
and then the one beside it. Yeah.
photograph 9812, next one. Again.
Oh, look,
Ms.
John
Harden,
has
you
the
recognize
dog
what's up on the
behind
screen
him.
as exhibit 197.
Yes, I
I was
do.
wondering how long I was going to take you to see
With
that.
respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, area 1.
That has some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments? that you examined?
Class.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I would expect to see abrasions on the material for a
9813.
skid across the pavement.
Yeah.
Again, this is area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815.
How are they going to explain
Again,
their
what's
way
up on
through
the
this?
screen is exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a
defense-
photograph of the area 3 that I noted.
The defense is going to ask, are they consistent
Ms.
with
Gilman, if I
having a
could
dog
have
bite?
9817.
That's going to be object. You know how when he says objection, he just goes objection. He doesn't say what the objection's for. He
Now,
thinks
with
like
respect,
telepathically she knows what the
What's now
objection's
marked as
for.
exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
I approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
You know, when you have a road rash type situation, you're going to see drip, scratched, and abrasions across the surface of that material
Yes, I do.
before it
Can
actually
you describe
penetrates
for
and
the
makes a
jury, sort
hole.
of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce as the next exhibits. No objection.
The only thing you can say at this
And if I
point
may
is it
approach the
came
witness,
from that
just
broken
to-
glass.
Another set.
And someone took a shard from that broken cocktail glass and was stabbing him with the glass in his arm as a defensive wound. That's the only thing they could possibly say here.
So we have a message from Untactical Texan on X. He said, "Damn, I can't stop watching this trial now. I was supposed to be editing video. I hate y'all."
Yeah, you'll have that untactical. You'll have that.
General Hospital 2.0.
Like sands through the hourglass. These are the days of our lives.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting trying to explain this one. They're going to come up with some excuse of why it's bullshit because they know the defense is going to tear him up.
Joe, the fact that you know the opening to Days of Our Lives.
It's borderline homosexual for sure. I don't know a lot of straight guys that know that one like that.
Ron, I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, me either.
So, Ms. Hartnett, what's contained in these photographs now been marked as exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with the measurement that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce in a minute. Okay, just place these.
So are we going to see the teeth marks from the jaw of the dog?
No, John, he was never in the house and he did not get bit by the dog. Absolutely not. You cannot even ask any questions in that because he was not in the house and he was not bit by the dog.
Well, Kingdom would be able to tell you since he has possession of the dog and nobody's come there to take an impression.
Well, I've got a picture of the dog behind me, so we can measure.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I
Kingdom
publish
sent it to me.
these photographs for the jury?
Yes.
I mean, as long as you're within 16 feet, we should be fine, John.
I agree.
Yeah. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Well, I could have been within 16 feet.
Sergeant, do you
But
recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
Can you recognize that, Steve?
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
And the items marked are that you labeled as 12 and 13. Are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
If you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
So if you go back and look at the autopsy photo under his back, under his right side, he is very bruised up.
Exhibit 219 up on the screen, that's just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I was listening to an attorney that was saying that the hands and the back
Now,
bruising
with respect to
could be
the other
rigor mortis.
photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those, do you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you
I think the
recognize
term's
those to be?
lividity.
These are
Could be
additional pictures of
lividity.
the sweatshirt
Or the
in which I've
body
also made
pool, or the
some
blood pools where gravity
notations of
takes it.
areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Come off the seat. Here's in a minute as the next exhibit. No objection. If I may, I want to just place these before the witness.
So they already got a little bit of explaining that they're going to explain a little bit later, but that's their theory that's how the bruises got there from rigor mortis setting in. Lividity. Even though he'd only been dead for an hour in the snow.
Well, lividity begins almost at the time when the heart stops beating, the blood doesn't move anymore. It goes to where gravity takes it. But it has a very particular look, especially on the back. And I would expect to have seen some lividity on him at the time they found him.
Even if you put him on ice and have him die on ice?
Unless the blood freezes, it's still going to go to where gravity pulls it.
It's 222 and 230.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Hardy, before I get to what's now been marked in Exhibit 222 through 230, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this?
And what happened to the
An
other
alternate
half of
light
your
source
eyebrow?
is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
So I wonder if she
And
swabbed
what,
it.
if anything, did you
for
observe when
dog
you
DNA.
used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing,
Here
as far
goes
as
the lie
canine
right
testing
here.
or animal testing, is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, directions did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of the UC Davis lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Miss Kuhn at the animal
with
clinic?
regard to
Come on.
those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
Talking about the blood.
So what I'm specifically referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions. So turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222 through 230. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
Yeah, who's going to lie and say that the test came back and it was
And
not
Ms.
from a
Jones,
dog?
I first have photograph 9841. And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red-brown stains on this item, I use letters.
starting with A and then sort of going through it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
Oh, the top one is the top tooth, and the bottom was the bottom tooth that stayed still, and the top one drug it
And
in
what's
there.
up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
The blood dripping from the dog's fangs.
9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled out version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little bit on those stickers. And Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are two other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce you as the next exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can read this.
I'm going to say they got into a physical altercation in the house. Dog attacked him. They drug him outside, carried him outside, tossed him.
Yeah, one person's fighting him in the front. One person hit him with the barbell in the back, and then he's on the ground. The dog's just ripping into him. Blood's going everywhere.
Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think maybe.
If you do it quickly, do it now.
I don't think she's happy with him.
If you're not, we'll take a break. Jurors, we're going to take the luncheon break. I'm going to see counsel at 10.
Alan Jackson is laughing.
Please.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's laughing here. They're taking a break. What do you think about her testimony so far?
I think she sounds better than the rest of them put together.
Honestly, I think it's the strongest state testimony thus far. She seems to have done everything she should have done. She checked for biological evidence at the damage on the shirt. Seems like she's tested everything, documented everything pretty much, as you should. But I think it's the strongest state evidence. The jury's going to have to get around this to one, believe that it was a cover-up that has very deep layers in it, more people than just the original Proctor and the few that are under the spotlight. they're going to have to believe that this lady here and people in UC Davis are also involved.
Well, and she said she was told that it was possible that he was attacked by a dog. I wonder who told her that. I mean,
I'm surprised that they're even talking about the dog, because nowhere in the prosecution's narrative that there's a dog. The only reason you would bring up the dog is to say that these stains that you found, or maybe saliva, so you send them to this lab with Miss Kuhn at the animal lab. I mean, of all coincidences. So you send it to California to this lady, and somehow someone from there is going to testify that they did a research on this, and it's not from a dog. That's the only reason you would mention it.
I believe they're going to come back and say there was no biological evidence that those the puncture damage in the sweatshirt at all. So there was nothing to test with. They had nothing to say human or animal or canine or any other breed, because there wasn't anything there.
I thought she said that she sent the saliva from the shirt.
She used an alternative light source, which is kind of like a black light. If you've got any biological evidence, it'll glow. She said she'd observed nothing with the alternative light source, but just for good measure, she moistened a swab, swabbed those areas, packaged them, and had them sent to UC Davis, because there'd been reports that he possibly could have been bit by a dog. Now, those reports could have that information. I'm not sure how deep into the investigation this is, whether it's days or weeks from the time that she started it. If it's been weeks, it could have circulated around from the medical examiner's office, or others could have posed the question that he could have been bit by a dog. So they're going to head it off the pass. I would say that's good investigation work. Or if that's what I would want to know.
Recess to 1:30.
1:30 is 29 minutes.
Yeah, she's trying to speed this along. And she said that last week. She said, we're going to try to speed this along.
Well, then maybe she might want to chalk up a few more days in court instead of once a week. You might go a little faster that way.
Yeah.
Well, not to get off on another subject, they did that with Trump. Like, they gave him, a week off?
Oh, they were getting 3-day weekends, and let's take every Wednesday off. And they drug it on a little longer than it needed to be.
Some of that scheduling in a court, you'll see that to where you think a trial is going to go 5 days, but it's going 8 days, but he had other things that were scheduled in between. So they picked, I'll do a half day here or another day there. That's not uncommon.
Yeah. What are we thinking about? Big Ron, are you with us? What do you think about the trial so far? No. How about Vet? What about you, bud?
I think Vet said he was out in the country. His signal was wonky.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm in the office right now. I'm good to go. I'm sorry, I was doing paperwork. As far as the trial is concerned, it's what I said earlier. I didn't mean to talk in between their cross-examination, but it almost feels like the guys were like, look, we just need to make it look like she did it for now.
Something interesting is, you were rubber banding a little bit. So
no, it's all good.
Something that's interesting is, let's say that, something happened inside the house, and then they drug him out without the theory, because they didn't find out that she cracked her taillight until when she was on the way back to find the body. But before then, there's a dead body in your house, assuming that the defense's theory is true. Just hypothetically, we'll say that there's a dead body in the house, and then you're like, oh my God, what do I do? So you just drug them out to the flagpole and not really having the taillight theory until a little bit later. But I wonder what the original thought was. I just drag him out. Maybe he got his ass whipped outside or something.
Right. It's like the way that they felt like is that they were trying to get just enough to make them look, look away from us, look over here, and then years down the line, it won't add up. But then anything you want to go back to, you can't, because it's already over with. Like, any of the evidence is already gone or thrown away, or a phone thrown in a dumpster, or SIM card broken. Like, they covered up whatever they couldn't figure out at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the original thought of what they probably had in their mind, like, there's a body in here. I don't care what you do, just get that damn body out of here. That had to been something that was said, and then they just put the body out there without having the taillight yet because it never hadn't happened yet. So putting the taillight out there, then how long does it take for a body to die in the cold? Can we say that maybe he got, something happened? I mean, can we prove that he wasn't in here because they were only in the house for like less than an hour? Then all the witnesses left, fled the crime scene. What do you got there, Lenu?
I'll go back to who's on the stand today. You've got your forensic analyst, is what I'll call them. They're at a state crime lab. These guys are pretty isolated. They deal with law enforcement, but not as close as what many people think. I find a hard time them being a party to a conspiracy. I almost trust what I'm hearing from the crime scene forensic expert or analysis.
But then again, she's only doing just like the other guy. They sent him over to look for the shoe and for the broken taillight. That's why he was sent over there. And he found, mission accomplished. But the same with her is she is sent to look at a taillight that's already been tampered with and then saying, here's a hair. Why don't we say that we found this here? Because that dog hair, they planted that and the stuff was busted out. That having that piece of taillight.
That hair is not a dog hair. That hair is a human hair.
It is?
Yes. She testified that it was consistent with human on its shaft and scale size, and then we'll get the DNA analysis because there was a root bulb on it. They'll be able to do a DNA analysis. That hair is going to come back to O'Keefe.
Okay.
I just have a hard time believing that the way that hair was attached to the paint after all the driving she done, that it was there early on and then was still there when they took the car. I was under the impression the taillight was cracked and the hair was within one of the cracks. I didn't know it was on the paint.
Well, and they go into more damage on the vehicle. There's a slight dent. You've got the broken tail light. You've got the horizontal scratches that they really hadn't gone into. But I would say that if you were gonna frame someone, you would have to stage plant the evidence so that when forensics came to collect and did their forensic analysis, they would be the uninterested third party that would back up your claim of whatever it is you're trying to frame. So if it's a frame job, that means police had to plant the hair. They had to do the damage on the vehicle. They had to go through the whole nines of everything that's going to go into the lab, because one wrong move and the lab picks it up. It's real hard to come back and defeat that, because they're using, non-emotional forensic analysis and test and scientific methods that they can testify in court on how they arrived at their findings. So I don't know that you could put the lab involved in a conspiracy. In fact, this just muddies it up for me a little bit, because I'm still stuck on the lab's findings so far. But we hadn't heard them all either. We hadn't heard the biological evidence review. We hadn't heard the DNA analysis, and we haven't gotten through. At some point, I think she is going to talk about microplastics that were found in this sweatshirt that were consistent to the lens cover on the taillight for Karen Reed's vehicle.
Yeah, I'm looking at this report from Turtle Boy, and he's saying before she even came up, remember there was a report that he's seen her outside as they were going to break. He also has a picture of the DA smoking a cigarette. Like, man, you're smoking a cigarette right after you just got smoked. But then, but he was saying that when she failed her proficiency exam, what had happened is she said it was human error. But then it was later found out that it was not, because they did a test on it and found out that she falsely reported that. So she's just testifying that she found the human error. But later on, it was proven that she falsely reported that, was what I was showing during the show. And that was coming from what Turtle Boy was texting.
Well, evidently in Massachusetts, you guys got unions. Your unions are more important than your justice system, because you also had a lieutenant on here that tested positive for alcohol or drugs and got 7 days of his vacation ripped from him, and she's falsifying documents, but yet we'll believe when she gets on the witness stand, because I guess unions in my state that wouldn't hold up. You're caught lying. You're caught with a bad urinalysis for alcohol or drugs, and you're gone. There's no reason for them to keep you on, because
there's the smoke break right there.
You
Could
can't beat
you,
a man.
you
You
know,
can't beat him up, man, up for having a square. That's just wrong.
I
I
know.
brought up Massachusetts has somebody's doing a data dump for the Boston PD and the Massachusetts State Police. And when I'm scrolling through these IA investigations, there is a turd lump of like no action taken, 7 days of vacation time, 15 days of vacation time, not sustained. And I mean,
Yeah,
the allegations are bad.
unions, man, unions will make sure that no bad person loses their job. Their job is more important than the service they provide the community. Somebody goes to prison, they got framed or incompetence, no big deal. As long as keep these people employed by the state.
Yeah, Turtle Boy was saying he's pretty confident that juror number 11 had fell asleep. Pretty confident he was just sitting there. So, I mean, I don't know if I was sitting in the jury and I had the opinion that I have that I do have right this second, I would be looking the way that all of us are right now as we're watching it, with suspicion and not believing a damn thing they're saying, or I already know she's innocent. This is just a complete waste of my time and catching a little snooze while you can here. But it is a murder trial. They should be taking it seriously. It's interesting that he's reporting one of the juries fell asleep.
Yeah, here's one: Massachusetts State Police, the allegation: domestic assault and battery. It was sustained. Punishment: letter of counseling. Wow.
Yeah, and anywhere else, that officer would be charged with domestic violence. You lose his privilege to buy and possess a firearm, but there, because of unions, it doesn't work in public service. I just don't believe in government sector unions. The union you should belong to is the people's union, because we hire you and you're there to provide a service to us. But not
Joe, can I
Massachusetts.
vote for you, man? Can you be president or something, man? I just love the way you think, bro. I know you don't want a headache.
I'm raising money for that run right now. See my donation tab on my timeline.
Exactly.
We raise enough, I'll run for president.
Visit me on Cash App to be the official sponsor.
I'll be head of your Secret Service, buddy. Don't worry,
exactly.
Nobody will touch you.
Now, boy, the whole night crew be on my cabinet.
See if you can get 200 million in 24 hours.
That is another interesting thing that Turtle Boy said. He said, and they're trying to say Alexa's taillight did all of this.
I think on that argument, we talk around the fact that if someone gets struck by a vehicle, the next thing they're going to impact is the ground. So when you get struck by a vehicle, you're not just being struck once, you're getting struck twice. You're going to get hit by that. It's going to knock you to the ground. It's going to knock you to the pavement. It's going to knock you into something else where additional damage can be caused. So by saying that a tail light alone is the only cause to the damage on the body, if the state's story is true, or is exactly what happened, you still are not accounting for the impact of him being thrown 12 feet into the ground, maybe bounce off the pavement and into the yard. Although 12 feet's a little issue for me as well, but
bounce off the sidewalk would be the best.
Something you're going to hit something. You're not going to lightly fall to the ground where there's no damage caused to your body after being struck with a vehicle that's going to knock you 12 feet. If the state's case is what happened, I would expect to see additional damage. I will say that the damage on the clothing, I want to see abrasions. I want to see like that sideways scratch you see on the Lexus. I should see similar things like that on the clothing, because that's what's happening. The body is moving as it bounces across the ground. You're going to see evidence of these type of impacts, and I don't necessarily see that on the clothing.
Yeah. I think Range Minded Podcast is trying to get you caught up with Trump with a misuse of campaign funds. But we definitely, if you want to donate for Lanu for president, we will be taking donations.
Well, while we're talking about that, if anybody would like to make donations to the Joe Lanu Night Show, we do use those funds to purchase equipment and do other items and bring you content. 5 nights a week. There is a donation link on my timeline. It's greatly appreciated. Anything that you could spare, we appreciate. Thank you.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And you
Hey,
won't be the first.
Hey, Kingdom, the video at the end of the live stream that you played last night, that was some very interesting stuff. Those photos I've never seen before of his body. A lot of abrasions and contusions. The one on the back of his head is massive as hell. My question is, where they found his body, where he was hit, well, supposedly hit by the car, was there anything that could make that kind of gash from the back of his head? I could understand maybe the scrapes on his arms could quote unquote come from the taillights, but that conch on the back of his head was massive.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I catapulted you into the fire hydrant, I just freestyled that one 2 seconds ago. But like, if I catapult you into the fire hydrant, or that was from when you hit the curb and then you did a couple somersaults in the air, I mean, you would have to hit someone going 80 to 100 miles an hour to do that kind of damage. I don't think 20 miles an hour you're doing all that.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, yes, if there was a rock or something nearby where she supposedly hit him with the car, but if he went flying and just landed wherever they found him, I don't
but there would be like some kind of bruising to the abdomen area, to somewhere in the knees where the bumper hit you first, and then your head kind of hit the tail light. But you would have to be going at someone so fast, and they would have to be literally sit there and just point their back of their head towards your car so you can hit them just in that right spot. I mean, it's just very unbelievable. You wouldn't even try to move out of the way or anything like that. And if she was backing up, it would have been the other taillight, not the right taillight. It'd have been the other taillight, as was explained to me in the 3-point turn scenario. So that's why they had to say that she was going like 30 miles an hour in reverse. But then there was a car parked at the mailbox. So if you hit him, you would have had to stop like pretty much on a dime, or you would have hit the Jeep that was allegedly parked right there at the mailbox at the time.
Well, no, and we're assumed that if the state's theory is correct, that he was struck standing upright. A lot of scenarios where someone's trying to make evasive maneuvers where they can almost be bent 90 degrees at the waist, slip or fall, putting his head down at the level of the bumper or the tail light. So I mean, I can see scenarios where the state's case holds some weight, but I'll be honest with you, the clothing doesn't do it for me. I want to see some abrasions. I want to see some road rash, essentially. Because their theory is that she was struck at 26 miles an hour. He was struck at 26 miles an hour in reverse. And the reason they've got that speed up that high is because they've looked at the investigation on the polyplastic of the lens, that it would take an impact. It would take an impact of that speed to do that.
Yeah.
But I would also see you get hit with that impact and knock 12 feet into the yard. Grass stains, something that would be in a linear motion of the direction that you travel. We've all seen it. You've seen it on things just living life. When something is got some velocity and gets a scratch on it, or you're playing football and you make a slide and you get grass stains on your clothes. Those aren't dots. Those aren't circular. They're drags. They're yaw marks. You can tell the direction of travel by the marks. I don't see any of that on the clothing.
Well, I wonder what the ECM data has shown from the Lexus at that time. I'm curious to hear that.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard anything about that. Is anyone else?
Do tell. The ECM, what is that? It has some kind of a GPS inside the Lexus.
The electronic control module. I mean, a lot of times when you have vehicle accidents, especially involving a fatality, they'll go and pull the hook a computer up to the ECM, and it tells you. I mean, it's keeping real time data. How fast you're going, if there's sudden braking, what kind of braking, turn signal use, headlight use. I mean, it records everything.
It also turns off your gas too, because I've had that in my when I had a fender bender. It literally cut the fuel line off to the engine.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
says it
and like
all.
the vehicle I drive, that motherfucker start hitting the brake for you. Like when it's like brake,
Yeah.
beep, 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 and you're like,
And
whoa,
see,
fuck.
see
Yeah.
the ECM logs that. So they can go back and say, yeah, it kicked in, or no, it didn't. Say if you were in an accident.
But that would prove that she's innocent. We don't need that shit. We need something to make her look guilty. So what
I'm
if
going to Massachusetts tomorrow.
I'm telling you, with my car, if I hit something, it'll automatically call OnStar too.
Yeah, and we're talking about a Lexus. My girlfriend's aunt just bought a Lexus SUV, and now it's brand new. And I understand this one was a 21 model,
but it
still,
looked pretty top of the line to me.
Oh yeah, and yeah, I mean that damn thing records everything. Like you can download the app and see stuff you wouldn't even think you'd be able to see. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, if you have that information that proves you innocent, do you just say, before you just keep on with this bullshit, can I just show you this real quick? Because if not today, it'll be next week. If not next week, it'll be the week after that. But at some point, I'm going to show you this.
Well,
do you really want to keep going?
And that may be what the defense has. I don't know.
I was just going to ask you, doesn't the defense have the ability to download that same information?
Yeah, both of them do. It's in discovery. Yeah, the prosecution and the defense would have it.
Unless they somehow destroyed it.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't know. I've heard so many wild things in this case. It wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe the ECU's with the dog.
It's probably swimming in the bottom of a pool with no water in it.
John, I just noticed the picture behind you, buddy. Great. I love it. I was wondering what you guys were talking about when I was doing work, and now I'm looking at it. Just awesome. There's your proof right there. There's the
That's
mark.
Fluffy. That is the
Chloe.
Albert's family dog, Chloe.
Kingdom sent me a picture of Chloe right before Chloe got its last milk bone.
Yeah. He has it photoshopped in there, but kind of zoomed in, but there's a paper with the proof of life when I had the dog, one of its last days on earth, right? It's always with the dog. I don't know why the hell I keep getting caught up. Like every time I say something, you're like, "Oh, it's always you and the damn dog." It's like,
because
hey, Peter loves you.
You said you knew where the dog was.
I said I knew where he was. He's probably dead in the bottom of that pool.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think he is.
Sure, Your Honor.
I mean, where else are you going to put the dog? I mean, because once you look at the shirt, if you had the dog, you can say, let me measure these bite marks, these teeth marks on this exact dog. Let me get a swab of the saliva from this dog and then match it up with that shirt. And let me show these bite marks from this dog and place that on the shirt and show how it matches those things perfectly.
Well, that's what I was saying.
You had
I
the
mean,
dog.
all jokes aside, you look at that dog right there at the front canines, and then you go back and look at 3 and 5 on that sweatshirt. Yeah.
100%. And then
Exactly.
as he was, you seen it enter the shirt, so you just see 2 dots, but you see it drag back that made those marks and then came out, and then you seen drops of blood on the shirt, these little drops, circle marks, drops of blood. Totally consistent. That would, I mean, it doesn't prove that it is, maybe, but it sure as hell looks like it.
Yeah. There's your reasonable doubt on top of the other reasonable doubt.
Yeah, like, no. He was not in the house. And so there's no way that it could have been the dog, because, or maybe it was just a different dog. Maybe it was another German Shepherd just running around in the snow like White Fang, but it definitely wasn't my German Shepherd. That's gone.
Damn, you took me back with that White Fang.
White Fang, yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't have any evidence other than the type of damage to his arm and the damage to the sweatshirt that there was a dog involved at all.
True. But the scratches on his arm, you're like, how did that come from the car? And you're like, what could possibly explain that? They said road rash. That doesn't explain it. That doesn't scratch off the dog to me. The dog is a question mark. Could it be? And as you see, now you see another piece of evidence. It's definitely not crossing out the dog at all. It looks more and more like it pretty much was a dog. I don't see anything that's ruling the dog out here.
But if you're going to have road rash, and I've been on accidents before, like a motorcycle wreck or something, where they've had road rash, the first thing they're going to do if they live, they're going to debride it. Like, and there's pieces of gravel, dirt, asphalt, whatever. whatever the surface was, that's going to be embedded in that wound. I've not seen anything saying that there was, but I've also not seen anything saying that there wasn't.
Well, you think you'd see it in the clothing as well.
Well,
Like,
exactly.
there's no abrasion damage. There is no scarring. There is no embedment of debris. You're correct about that. In those, the damage to the sleeve of that shirt.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier. You don't see any signs of any kind of asphalt or anything like that. Gravel, rock.
And like you said, anyone who, has a set of twig and berries, you played backyard football, you tried to get that catch, you got tackled football and you had grass stains on your, sweatpants or your shirt or something. Lanu brought a great point up. If you really road rashed across that grass and it was enough to puncture, your clothes, you would see some grass stains or something that there would be some kind of I slid across the lawn evidence, but there was nothing like that.
Well, I'll go further than that. It doesn't take a great deal of force to create the skid mark or the abrasions that I'm speaking of. We've done it with a lot less. We've done it with just a slight fall to the grass, not being hit with enough force to knock you a 6-foot man, 200 some odd pounds, 12 feet across the atmosphere, and have him land
and knock your shoe off.
And Dante V times V 5 times 5 on YouTube, he brings up the point as well. 12 feet across the grass. If he hit the road, he's got to bounce 12 feet after hitting the asphalt. Dante, actually, I think the state's trying to say that he was pretty much airborne from contact to the vehicle to where he hit the grass. But either way, you're not going to hit the grass or the impact the ground without leaving some sort of transfer from what you hit into your clothing and wounds and other things. And I just don't think we see it.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to admit this, but I tripped over my dog's Kong the other day in the yard and went down on my knee, just straight down. And I had like massive grass stain on the knee. Yeah, it don't take a whole lot, like you said.
In an analysis of that stain, you would see that they were linear. They're moving from one direction to the next.
They did just enough to get the eyes on her, and then years later, all the concrete evidence is gone, and now somebody's going to get away with murder. It's a sad state. I don't think they planned it out. I think they used their resources, the knowledge they had as officers, got the eyes off of them, and then now, what can you go back to?
And I get what you're saying. So Joe, you were saying. I don't remember if it was earlier or the other day, but let's just say hypothetically, they go back and they say, all right, we're going to dig where this pool is up, and they find, let's just say concrete, or, I had that picture of the weight room. It looked like they had that black rubber mat. And let's just say that there was blood on that and they buried it, and it's what now? 3 years old, 4 years old, 3 years old? Is there not still going to be
some kind of evidence,
something there to process?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying go find it. Go through that volume of mass of dirt and concrete that's been busted up, weathered. It begins to decay from the moment it's placed, unless it's preserved. We're talking DNA evidence. I'm just saying, go be that guy and figure that out. Go find that little, literally a needle in a haystack, and put this case together.
But even then, I think you have another piece of, it sure looks like they did it, but I don't know if this is enough on itself. And there's like 30 pieces like that, but I don't know that even if you found something that had John O'Keefe's blood droplet on it, I think you could just argue that point for whatever reason, and it just wouldn't be enough. It's like when you're dealing against the police department itself, you need, like, here's a video of them dragging the body out. It's like, whoa, shit. You need something like a smoking gun.
Well, when it comes to this case, let's say she's acquitted, and then they go after the Albert family. They're going to sit in the same chair she's sitting in and scream police cover up. And when you have to go back and dig up a pool, and you got to go through all this and find that literal needle in a haystack, they're going to come back and say, hey, you couldn't have done it. It's impossible. It's planted evidence. So once again, you get back in a situation where I say that if she is acquitted, there'll be no justice for John O'Keefe. That this case will never be solved.
The only way that you're going to be able to open this up a little wider is you have to somehow, without any doubt, prove from multiple sources that John O'Keefe was in that house and they were all lying. Every single thing that they said, they were absolutely lying. I can prove without a doubt that he was in that house, because showing someone saying, hey, he went in the car and he walked in the house, and a couple testimonies that pretty much say he was in the house, that's not proving that there's like he was not in the house. If you can prove he was in the house, then you're definitely going to open up a, why are you guys lying? But until then, I don't think you have anything moving forward.
Yeah, and I get that. And again, all jokes aside, where do we know where the dog is? Did they say they gave it away?
He rehoused it, and he said he testified in the federal grand jury that he knew where the dog was. But
The records on where the dog is the court has it. It's impounded. In other words, nobody can get it, but they have that information, and they're waiting on some court proceedings to release that.
No pun intended.
But let's go. Yeah, no pun intended.
No,
Let's go back to 12 people in the house. Let's say that everybody said, okay, yeah, he was in the house. Okay, well, who do you charge? You charge all 12 people?
Oh, no, the Friday police force, where you're talking about the officer that was in the back seat with the chick, and you're like, look, you got to do your job, and you have to put your personal feelings have to take a back seat here.
Without a doubt, take a back seat.
Okay, but to your question,
the dog records have been impounded. It was like the same kind of thing.
Legit question, but I guess my thing of it is, and I hate to see people being accused of something they didn't do. At least it takes the light off her. It takes the doubt off her totally. That's my point. People can now honestly look at her, even those that have said, yes, she did it. They can look at her and now they have to admit, no, she didn't do it. Somebody else did, but she didn't. And then let it go where it goes. That's where I'm at.
Well, where does it go? That's what we're saying, is that if she's acquitted, where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere, is what I say. In fact, I would the state may lay on the fact that when we prosecuted the right person, that's where the evidence shows, and in this case is dead. It's over, and there'll be no more continuous investigation.
All right. So, rhetorical question: do you have another OJ? You can't prove that they did it, but you got enough for a civil suit because he was in the house and they're liable.
Well, you can take it to civil suit. It's 51%. It's a preponderance of the evidence is the standard there. So it's like, chicken or fish tonight. Yeah. I'll go with chicken. Chicken's the winner.
Chicken dinner. I mean, they're suing everybody. They're suing the Canton Police Department. They're suing the Massachusetts State Police. They're suing the DA's office. They're suing anyone who they can. Michael Proctor personally. They're suing as many people as they possibly can. And they're not.
Who is they? Who's going to sue?
Karen Reed.
What about John O'Keefe's family?
Yeah, John O'Keefe's family.
John O'Keefe's family trying to sue Karen Reed. They can, of course, because anyone can sue anyone, but I don't think that they are going to agree with she did it after all of this evidence comes out. I think they, just like the jury who says she's not guilty, I think they're going to see the evidence and also say that Karen Reed's not guilty. And I don't think you'll see a civil suit, but then again, people do a lot of weird things for money.
Yeah, I'm not saying
you could. You just got to remember that a civil suit is a different standard of level of proof that's required to be successful on a civil suit. I've just got a 51%. In fact, in some states, they let the jury be not a unanimous jury. That if 7 out of 12 say that you get paid, you get paid.
Let me ask. It might be a dumb question. You guys might have already covered this. As far as his family's concerned, how are their relationship with her? Do they believe her, or are they not on her side? I just don't know about that.
They think she done it
before the trial. She did. They're in their eyes, she did it.
Okay,
but I have a hard time if I'm their family. If I'm O'Keefe's family and I'm sitting there and I'm seeing all this, I'll be the first one to stand up to that woman and say, "I'm sorry, we were wrong."
Right.
Yeah, Jennifer McCabe has been at every single like you're talking. None of them went to the funeral, which is weird. But Jennifer McCabe has been at fundraisers, supporting. She's always there to support the family members, going over their houses and functions. She has blue lights in front of her house. She has John O'Keefe's badge number, stenciled into the back of her car. She's there for the family. But this is before they see that 227 you Googled house long to die in cold. Well, why would you do? I mean, so what's going to happen later? I don't know. But Jennifer McCabe has went out of her way to be very helpful and very friendly, and to win the family, John O'Keefe's family, on his side. So I think that'll change, though.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying earlier go after Karen. I was saying go after.
Yeah. I think O'Keefe's, once they see it, I think Karen's going to go after all these people. And I think the O'Keefe's family is just going to pretty much just duplicate suit. Whatever Karen Reed's saying, they're just going to duplicate suit and sue the same people that Karen is, because it's all the same. Both John O'Keefe and Karen Reed are equally the victim.
And like Joe brought up, I guess it was a week or so ago, I forget what the circumstances was, but look what all she's lost and gone through. There's not going to be any payment back.
All right, we're going back to the case. Let me see here.
Yeah, but John, some cash can sure make you snivel a little bit less.
Well, that's true.
Let Madam Court Reporter know how many exhibits you think there are going to be for the day, because you may or may not know, but each sticker, Madam Court Reporter puts the exhibit number, the date, and her initials, and that takes a lot of time. So if we can streamline that, that would be much better. How many more do you expect to have?
I sure complain a lot in Massachusetts on the things you have to do.
Okay.
Like everything's a problem up there for you guys.
Isn't it Massachusetts?
It's Massachusetts because I'm from Texas.
Oh, it's Massachusetts.
I have to agree with her. He was kind of sloppy on that. He's like, oh, by the way, I've got this.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, he's playing. He's
Put your
playing
sticker
like
on it.
just
You're a
the
court
tip.
reporter. It's not that difficult. It's that you're the government. Do your job.
Well, she's already aggravated at him.
Yeah. Yeah, they're playing that old game,
Lolly?
just the tip, huh? You never believe somebody says that. Because at the end, you already know what's going to happen. You're fucked.
I know. Stop chastising me.
Yeah, exactly. All right, just a little further. Just one more exhibit.
One more thing.
Yeah. And that was the old Perry Mason thing, right? Was it Perry Mason where before he left the courtroom? All right, no further questions. I have no more questions. You know what? Just one more
thing.
Was that Perry Mason or was that someone else?
I think it was
Columbo.
Or was it who was Sheriff of Mayberry guy? Andy Griffin? Was it Andy Griffin and Matlock?
Yeah, Andy Griffin.
Matlock. You're right. You know what? Matlock. That's right. What it is.
And it broke the case.
We are not mixing with the new generation. Just letting us know. Just letting everybody know. We are
Yeah.
old.
I'm going to tell you that Perry Mason had it all figured out when he was walking out with his briefcase. The case was solved.
Yeah.
There was no need for any other trials or anything. The person stood up red-handed in the trial.
Yeah, you didn't need a one more thing. You got everything you needed right up front. Everything was laid out for you. No more questions.
Yeah, in 45 minutes. By the time the show's over, we're going to figure it out.
In Vet, I can drive 20 minutes and I could be in Mount Airy, the home of Andy Griffith.
I want to see Drake.
Really?
When you see Drake from Perry Mason walk in and hand the defense something, you know this is about to get wild.
Yeah.
Are they estimating how many more exhibits that they have? That's what's going on here. Can you please tell me how many more exhibits that you're going to show that we don't know about? Because our poor court reporter was bitching and complaining to me about what you're doing, and it takes a lot of work for her to actually do this.
You know, she has to put a sticker on every one of those. Do you know that?
And she has to number those. So now they're out of order. So tell me, how many are you going to show? And I want to number them now.
You mean they don't buy stickers pre-numbered?
No. It's like, no. We got the 1.5. I just don't have the stickers.
But I agree with John. If I was that family and all this evidence popped out in front of me, I would be one of the first to just get up and be like, I apologize, I'm behind you, because all this makes no sense whatsoever.
But at that point, man, you're like a fucking soldier, and we all can identify with that. Your orders is this and this, and this is the target. It takes a while for you to start questioning, should I do this?
I know you guys are talking about some of those injuries. Are those injuries concurrent with somebody falling down a flight of stairs?
You know what?
I would think the bump of the back of the head would, yeah.
Yeah, some of them are more likely for it seems like from a fall downstairs versus being struck by a vehicle and knocked 12 feet into the atmosphere.
His drunk ass fell down the stairs, and then the dog bit him, and that was it.
The dog could have bit him before he fell down the stairs. And here's the other thing is we haven't seen a lot of with the injuries that he did have. Now, he had some slight bleeding from his eyes and his nose, but that gash on the back of his head is a scalp wound. It would have bled considerably. Where is all that blood? We don't see it on the clothing either.
Yeah. It looks like it was kind of smeared with like a rag or something when they were trying to clean off their DNA off of him. Yannetti keeps looking back at where all the people are, like where Turtle Boy is.
All right, could we have the witness, please?
I can't wait for the defense to jump into this forensic evidence and see what they got to play on this.
And I hope it's Alan Jackson, dude. It's like, get off the bench and get back in the game, bro.
You're not qualified to tell that man how to fight this battle. Go back and enjoy it.
That's true.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Come mumble your way back into this.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hart.
Good afternoon.
So with respect to the photographs that were just marked as exhibits of the orange T-shirt, that was item that was marked as 7-1. Is that correct? I'm sorry, 7-17.
Yes, that's correct.
So similar to how you had marked off areas of either damage or red-brown stains, was that similar to what you did with the gray hooded sweatshirt? Is that similar to what you did with the orange T-shirt as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there were two other clothing items that you examined, being a pair of jeans and a set of sneakers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with reference to the jeans, that was marked as item 7-1, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to the sneakers, that was marked as item 7-4, is that correct?
Each sneaker had its own item number. One was 7-3 and one was 7-4.
And with respect to the evidence as far as the stickers and sort of the denotations that you had made in regard to either damage or red-brown stains, was that similarly done with respect to each of those remaining clothing items as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Harden, with respect to the jeans, showing you a series of 8 photographs, do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs that I took of the pair of jeans.
And what's contained in those photographs, a fair and accurate portrayal of your observations of those genes when you conducted your examination of them at the lab.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce and admit the next exhibits.
All right, and there's no objection, you said, Mr. Jackson, correct?
Yeah, I actually like your theory, Big Ron, of he got confronted by the dog and fell down the steps. And got some of those injuries from falling down the steps. That does make sense.
It's 243.
Yes, please. Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, publish some of the photographs in the packet from 232 to 241.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9862.
Why wait weeks and weeks for expensive repairs and replacements of bathtubs, sinks,
One.
Yes, I do.
When you recognize that, please.
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange t-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, 9863. And again, Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 232.
Yes, I do.
When you recognize that, please.
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that with the stickers on. Now, Ms. Hardy, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 233?
Yes, I do.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to any items that are any areas of this shirt that you marked on.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, within this zoomed in portion of exhibit 233, using a laser pointer to draw the jury's attention, what, if anything, you noticed there?
I noted red-brown stain D, which I marked with the sticker, and D on the bottom right.
Last name, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. And Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is now marked as exhibit 239. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph. And again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red-brown stain, and I marked it E.
And Your Honor, similarly, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked now as exhibit 242 through 249.
Okay.
Excuse me, we're all out of stickers. Let me get another sticker.
Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention of the screen with number marked as 5242. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9887. And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items that you testified about, did you mark off certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well with respect to the jeans?
Yes, I did.
And is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888. And if you could just zoom in, Ms. Gilman. And again, Ms. Harden, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you marked off in respect to this.
I marked off red brown stains A, B, C, D, and E on the front of those jeans.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
That pair of jeans had a belt on it, right?
Harden showing you another series of fine photographs. You know. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the sneakers, items 7-3 and 7-4.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the minutes of the next exhibits.
Okay.
Objection.
Thank you.
Seems like she's getting a little bitchy and getting a little irritated right now. I don't know why.
Who, the judge?
No, the witness.
Oh.
Yeah, the judge seems like
Thank
she's
you.
huffing and puffing a little bit too.
Now, Ms. Harden, with reference to the sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how or where or when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did, you know?
They were received by the lab from the Norfolk detective unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with two different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I've just placed before you, have you had a chance to look at those?
These ones here?
Yes,
No.
if you could. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the fingernail clippings that were submitted for John O'Keefe
And do you know where they were submitted from?
by the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll call them up to please introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with respect to each of those, I'm not seeking to publish those to the jury at this time. So,
Okay.
Court officer.
The lights back on, please.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with respect to those stains on the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what, if any, testing was done with respect to those stains?
A screening test was performed on each of the Ren Brown stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing was done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange t-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing a confirmatory test in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red-brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the screening test and the confirmatory test for blood, with respect to the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what were the results of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those things?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
Now, beyond the stains, did you take any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For the for each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for skin cell collection of the unstained areas. And that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item using something like a flat metal spatula and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material or from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what, if any, steps are taken in regard to preserving those items once they're removed from the clothing and sent off to the other units?
Each of those items would be preserved according to protocol. They are sealed properly, initial and dated with my initials and date. They're entered into our LIMS system, so those sub-items could then be tracked throughout the laboratory, and they're stored in the appropriate storage unit.
Now, at some point, did you also receive items that were labeled as 3-2 and 3-3?
I submitted those when I returned from the original scene.
And what were those, ma'am?
Those were pieces of glass from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
I took potential skin cell collection using a swab moistened with sterile water.
And as far as the samples that you took from, as well as the items themselves, what, if anything, did you do with reference to those once you were done with your examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
As far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
So both Mr. Lally and Ms. Harnett, you have to keep your voices up, or we have to turn the air conditioning on.
Understood, Your Honor.
Again.
I may have one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Can they not turn their mic gain up?
Only if it's within 16 feet.
Oh, jeez. I keep forgetting that. Thank you.
That's
Ron.
a big give.
Thank you very
take,
much, ma'am.
give
I
or
don't have any
take.
further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, here comes Alan Jackson. Come on, dog. Let's see it.
All right. Let's get ready here. How long you giving? 30 seconds?
Ms. Harnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
My apologies, that was my error. It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sally Port? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so
We can keep
just
the
so
air
you know.
conditioning.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice.
That's all the prosecution had to
You were
do is what I'm
dispatched,
doing here.
at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
She needs to check her notes if it was Michael Proctor.
Why don't they just use
Yes, I
lapel
was told
mics?
on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
Well, they already
while you
have
were there,
substandard training for law
one of the
enforcement.
things that
court
you
has
did,
the money
one
for
of the things
lapel
that you
mics.
did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question, the dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them, the scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it, could I display for the jurors and for Ms. Hartnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's covered a bit? Okay. Yes.
Do you like the new logo in the upper right-hand corner?
Yeah, I like that. You see my new background?
Yeah, I did. Inspector Gadget.
Yeah.
This message will self-destruct in 15 seconds. I think we've proven
Ms.
the
Hartnett,
dog
do you
without a
recognize
doubt.
what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay,
something
and that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sally Port on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be.
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I had mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or
stain? Excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. if they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
You left it with the Canton police. Of all
Was
places
there
to
any
leave
of the
it.
by the way, I should ask this. I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we
Why?
would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police at the Canton Police Department in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sally Port at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay.
Good Lord.
She's clearly trying to lie about she gave
Going
it to Proctor.
back to
The
some
lead
of the damage
investigator.
that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not, if you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try it again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it
Shouldn't there
was
be a chain of
driven
custody
out of-
log?
I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
Should be.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
The
I don't think I
scratches
can make
could have
that
came
conclusion.
from
So it
normal
could have
wear
been
and
an
tear.
absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough. I guess what I'm asking is, did you've done some damage analysis in the past? Obviously, this was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis on vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it had reasonably normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swapped that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Is that zoomed in enough or do you need more?
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that?
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from?
No, that's correct.
Other than the general housing altogether?
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did, that's okay. It's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission. Sure. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Does she sound like she's covering something up, or she's just stupid?
I think she's
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the LIN system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But it's so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
Oh, what?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
She's always looking at the jury, but there she's not looking at the jury.
You recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay. Well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching less cash, the person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, excuse me, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay,
Her
let's take
face
a look
was
at
getting
that
pretty
photo. With the
red.
court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that? Display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, can we zoom in on the area, and a little bit bigger than that, capture all of the zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed it's February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and can you, I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh my God, there's like
So
100
that's the
pieces of
largest
glass
of
on
these,
there.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you
That
know
guy's
from your
sleeping?
experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of
Which
questions. Your
one?
Honor. Okay. Do you know where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general
objection
area.
guy.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
No, he was in the blue
I don't know,
plaid
maybe-
shirt. He just had
maybe
his
half
head
an
laying
hour,
on the
I'm not
railing and he
exactly
moved.
sure.
He's just
Your
off the
notes
left shoulder of the
indicate
attorney.
that the vehicle was recovered from
That's the
Dighton and
victims.
towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination.
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the
No, the guy
incident
sitting
in
next to her,
question
there's a guy in
took
the
place
blue plaid
Canton,
shirt
correct?
on the railing.
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and
Oh, yeah,
doing
that's
your
his brother.
examination,
I'll
the
see.
vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dighton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back. One of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dighton is, how far would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I
We need
don't
a
know
break.
exactly.
We need
I
a
was never
break.
in Dighton.
Okay, so according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with a blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
No, it
But
wasn't a
irrespective,
blizzard now.
After all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's
It is
correct.
And you
33
recovered those with
miles.
little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this
33
with
miles.
court's permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car, correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it as an apparent hair, correct.
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
Thank you.
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped,
No,
it wasn't glued,
no,
wasn't stapled,
no.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found the general time, that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those. Okay. Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, is that zoom? Yeah. Can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in a second. I want to try to.
Alan Jackson's kicking ass so far. What do you think?
I love him.
Yes.
Thank you.
Define love, sir.
I like him.
I think I'm falling in like with you.
I may hand you those very briefly. Could you take a look at those 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize the first 2 to be exhibits 165 and 173? They're not marked on there, but what you earlier looked at.
Okay.
Do those appear to be those 2 exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second 2 photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same 2 photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objections to Ally?
No, Your Honor.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Why would they not sweep off the broken taillight off the bumper when they hit it? Why would they leave it there? That's crazy. And then give him the green light. Here's the taillight, green light. Go plant this over there. But you didn't sweep up the bumper afterward. That's laziness.
Thank you.
Or they were in a hurry.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely.
the
This is not
sticker?
an eye contest.
Someone's about to get fired tomorrow.
And just a
for
little bit,
other
I'm just
job.
trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree, it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173. And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could, again, just zoom in on that sticker. Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hartnett, does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved?
Yeah, he's got a good point.
No longer an inverted C, but a C.
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the 2 ends, which may have been may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I want to sustain the objection, ask it differently.
Mr. Bates will finish with that. With the court's permission, we can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as 259 and 260 respectively.
Let's see the side by side comparison.
Side by side, and when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. There's one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at and ask you a couple of questions about. With the court's permission, exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took two swabs from the, quote, area around damage, numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, can you describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There we go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeated the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together. Oh. And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Okay, we can take that. Thank you. And you indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No.
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
No.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes. That overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
And with the court's permission.
Thank you.
Alan Jackson's laying it down, bro.
Notice she didn't refer to her notes during the other examination, but she is with him.
Every time someone talks to Alan Jackson, they don't know what
Yes,
he's
that's
talking
correct.
about and have to look at their
And
notes.
shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt.
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
The long sleeve gray shirt.
All right. So you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You took scrapings from both shirts. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, he's definitely making a name for himself versus the country music singer, Alan Jackson.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever? And
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris?
That's correct.
And there was no videotape of the debris collected?
Correct.
Okay.
But it is on your report, though.
When you received item 717 and item 718,
Let me refer back to the
that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes.
May I treat the witnesses hostile?
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that. That's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contains the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. I could ask that be marked as next in order.
Any objections, Smiley?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that
Of course.
for the date.
May I approach? Yes.
Yes, it didn't.
So you got an answer.
My
right, I think.
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth, may I,
Yes.
Okay, does that look like what you're looking at, exhibit 261?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Let's see if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay. You have no way of knowing as you sit here the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
Yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm so
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, Your Honor. Thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together.
Yes,
stored together.
That's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence according to the bag.
Thank you. Ultimately, Ms. Hartnett, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot it. So the taillight housing you took on the first?
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD, was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items, were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions. So I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the salad bar, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is not what I gave Proctor. Okay, here's that side-by-side comparison. I'll show it to you in a minute.
Is that a copy of your submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes.
approach one more time, Your Honor. Tracking wrong. I have one more document I'm going to ask you to take a glance at.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document? The second document that I just handed.
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again. I want to get
If
it
you
right.
look at
It's the
other
submission
markers
form
on
for
the
submission
vehicle where that
7.
hair is,
Evidence
it's been
submission
moved.
form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that.
Yeah, I'll show you in just a second.
And then the,
Chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes, to both.
So the objection sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have a mark for ID for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the court.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'd like to get it update.
You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if I think it would help you with this. Go a lot faster with those post-its
The
on.
witness, I guess. Go back to the witness with those.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is.
Yep.
That shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
So this
What
guy in the
item are
black
you referring
suit.
to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
Correct.
And page 17.
Gotcha.
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange t-shirt. It shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on page, the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, a gray t-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we need those. They're marked for identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Of course, ma'am.
Yes.
I don't know. Colombo and Perry Mason, I don't know. I think you would categorize Alan Jackson with maybe like he's like a white Johnny Cochran type of situation here.
If it don't fit, it must have quit.
Ms. Hartnett, before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you've testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence
called
was
Matlock.
treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Go ahead and mop it up, man. Mop it up. Yeah, clean up on aisle 12.
He's mopping with dirty water.
Yeah, these are 5 pieces of glass. So clean up
The
on aisle
vehicle that
5.
you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, that was a taillight housing that you took from the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from what would have been the exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact. So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
I have nothing further on.
Yeah. Is it colder
That
outside
limited
than
bit.
inside? I
One
don't
follow-up
know.
question. May I approach?
Yes.
They're trying to explain the hair being moved. Maybe the
Could you
ice
take
that
one
melted
more
knocked
look
it
at
off.
that, what's been marked for identification is you. That's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
So the objection sustained unless you want to see me at sidebar.
I'll ask it a different way. Whose name is on the bottom of the form?
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to sidebar?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have that, please?
Is it or is it not true that Michael Proctor signed this thing? Is that what's going on here?
I think so.
Yeah. Isn't it true that Michael Proctor signed that form? And you're like, oh, I thought you said everything you had to say. I didn't know you're going to be bringing this stuff up. Who all do we still got here? We got Big Ron. You still live with us, brother?
Yes, sir. Sweating my butt off.
Sweating your butt off in the Florida sun.
Yeah, I'm still steadily working.
Yeah, what do you think about the case so far? How about Alan Jackson?
Way down yonder on a Chattahoochee.
Yeah, no, the other one, the defense attorney.
Hey, King, is that your new house in the background?
No, this is actually, what is it? 38 Fairview Avenue. I'm just sitting right where the body was.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. With that, I have no further questions.
I just think there's lots of holes in this case.
All set.
Thank you.
Yeah. He didn't hold very much water for very long.
It
All right,
sounded
your
good.
next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Ashley Valere to the stand.
I love the dog behind you, dude.
I'm just shocked that they brought this case. It blows my mind.
Yeah, Alan Jackson did a great job. Looks like Karen Reed right now is telling him in his ear, you did a great job. You should have seen the look on the jury's face. I mean, she's like breaking it down. So
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and during the case now here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
who's this?
Who is she?
So, Mr. Lally, would you remove good afternoon, would you remove the exhibit that's on the witness stand,
Yes, sure.
please?
I like when the last witness said, this is not what I gave Proctor.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever
It's
you're
missing
ready.
some information.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Ashley Valere, spelled Vallier.
And Ms. Valere, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
All right, so Mix Villar, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
What we've been doing is we've had to turn the air conditioning off when we can't hear.
Yeah, you get one moment, one opportunity to seize
All right, Mr. Lally.
everything you ever
How long
wanted.
have you been employed in
Yeah,
the
don't
state
blow
police
it.
crime?
Just over 5 years.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work, where did you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry and cell biology from University of California, San Diego.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months.
With the Flexor Credits electricity plan from Reliant, your 2 highest use days are free every
No,
week.
that's
You
wrong.
work at the Broad Institute, that's located in Cambridge, is that correct?
Correct.
And what type of work did you do at the Broad Institute?
I worked for the Center for the Development of Therapeutics department, doing quality control checks on compounds that they think could have potential to be therapeutic drugs.
Did we go through the pronouns already?
And so you went to work for the Mass State Police Crime Lab, or the MSPCL, in early 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you first went to work for the MSPCL, what unit were you initially assigned to?
The Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Is that the unit that you still currently work in?
It is.
And so you started with the lab as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what sort of steps or what kind of training did you go through in order to go from being a forensic scientist 1 to being a forensic scientist 2 that you are?
A forensic scientist 1 is the initial job that you're hired as. After you've been at the lab for a year, and once you're qualified and signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
Now, within the Trace unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what types of things you're looking at, or what types of analysis that you do with regard to working in the Trace unit specifically?
What I do or what the unit does?
First, as far as in general terms, what is a unit?
The unit has a lot of disciplines. So there's fire debris examination, explosives examination, serial number restoration, gunshot residue analysis, fibers, paint, glass, physical match, trace recovery.
And specific to yourself, what is it that you do within the trace?
I do gunshot residue analysis, trace recovery, and physical match analysis.
And as far as each of those respective categories, is those the things that you've done essentially your time there, especially as a forensic scientist too?
Yes.
Now, with regard to as far as the physical match component that you were talking about, can you explain to the jury, just again in general terms, sort of what goes into that, or what are you looking at? What are you doing in regard to your analysis with that?
Physical match analysis is looking at 2 or more items that have broken or irregular edges, and seeing if they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle.
And when you're doing those examination of various items with respect to that, what types of instruments are you using, or what types of ways are you looking at these from an instrumental perspective?
It's mostly the stereo zoom microscope, which is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so that it can look at larger objects and not just slides like in science class.
Now, over the course of your work with the lab, you're familiar with the lab is accredited, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's accredited by an organization known as ANAP?
Correct.
And with respect to that accreditation, what if any testing or what if any examinations or continuing education do you have to undergo in order for that accreditation, either for yourself or for the lab itself?
As part of the accreditation, analysts that are signed up to do casework do proficiency tests every year.
And have you done proficiency testing over the course of your 5 years with the lab?
I have.
And specifically, what types of areas have you taken proficiency testing in?
I've taken proficiency tests in gunshot residue analysis and physical match cases.
So with respect to sort of each of the various areas of work that you do within the lab, is that correct?
Except for trace recovery, but yes.
And with respect to each of those, as far as the proficiency testing was concerned, you've successfully completed each of those?
I have.
Now, if I could turn your attention to, at some point over the course of your work within the trace unit in the lab, did you become involved with the lab case number 22-02184?
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number as well, is that correct?
A name?
A name as far as a suspect or a defendant or something like that?
Yes.
And whose name is that?
Karen Reed.
And as far as your work within the trace unit, how is it that you came to be involved, or what piece of analysis did you become initially involved in with respect to Ms. Reed's case?
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John O'Keefe?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
How much later are we talking?
The witness look at her notes.
Yes, go right ahead.
Her face is getting super red now when she knows she's lying. Look how red her face just got. When you're talking about, did you receive the debris? It's like her poker face sucks.
She's either super nervous, like she's never done this before, or she's trying to figure something out.
Yeah, I agree.
And did you remember refreshed as to which items of clothing you looked at?
Yes, so it was, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris. that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
So the debris wasn't on the
Now,
shirt. It was separate.
With respect to each of those items had a lab sort of label number associated with it, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7- something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7- same thing, point, whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with the specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what if any examination did you do of that debris that was provided to you within the trace?
So each of these items was packaged in a fold. And so I opened up the fold and looked at the items under the stereo zoom microscope and documented it with photos.
And as far as that item 7-18.18, what if anything did you observe as far as contained within the debris from that item specifically?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's just like, I didn't go to all this college, this bachelor's degree, and this master's degree to lie for y'all some bitches. That
There
was
was
in a different
apparent
container.
dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and
think
orange
she's
apparent
been in this
fibers,
position
several pieces
before.
of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what if any measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley? I
am.
And so what, if any, training does Ms. Hanley have that you do not have in order to conduct that sort of further analysis?
So Christina Hanley is the trace supervisor, and she is signed off to do casework in fibers, miscellaneous paint, glass. You see the other trace disciplines that I am not.
Were you in an intimate
So essentially,
relationship with
those
her?
items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
Of the initial items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were those, generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
I agree,
So
Joe.
they were
I
all
was
labeled as
just
coming
thinking
from, as recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And what types of items were they specifically that you had received?
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass and one drinking straw.
And those items were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
She's gonna need to plead the fifth with
reference to,
Jackson.
The process,
This is her
in general
first major
terms
trial.
of when you
She
see
is so
these
nice.
items, can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did,
Yeah.
and what you looked at
I'm
as you
sorry.
went through each of these respective items?
I've always reviewed my notes.
Sure.
before
So
I go on stand.
for beginning a physical match case,
See the
you
bags
would
under her eyes?
questioned items first, which are the
She's
ones that you
I can't
don't know
tell.
where it came from. Like
Maybe this is her
here,
first
they're labeled
time
as
on
coming from the
stand.
road, so you don't know where their actual source
She
of
didn't
origin
get a
is.
wink of sleep last
Um,
night thinking about
and
lying
so
today.
what we'll do is
She
we'll
may be a
scan
natural
that
stress
item
ball. I don't know.
into my custody. And then I will
say,
document the packaging with photographs.
Anytime you just lost
And then
your
I'll
thoughts
open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces,
The
each
dog
piece will
was
get
using the straw ring.
a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do in fact fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging. And then if there are multiple items, like in this case there were, then
She's
once
fucking
that
nervous.
first item is sealed up, then I'll clean my bench and then I'll open
Quit
the
saying,
second item and
my
do the same
business
thing
brain is
until
hurting.
all of the items have been
Yeah,
documented.
I thought I was bad.
Do
Bless
you
her heart, I
realize
feel-
Alan Jackson is about to ask you questions?
Again, if you could describe to the jury
feel
sort of
bad.
the physical process of what you did in this case with respect to these items, as far as how were you looking at them sort of
And
physically?
I'm like Joe. She's like testifying for somebody else.
So like I said, I opened up each of these items individually, took photos, took
Yeah, I
notes,
agree with that.
looked at them under the stereo zoom microscope, and then looked at my photos after I had looked at all of them. They'd all been packaged in their original packaging.
They need to send her to
And then I looked at the
school and testify
photographs to see if any of those pieces could possibly fit together.
Yeah, trip and fall school, right?
And then once I looked at the photos and saw that it looked like there were
took
possible
shots every
physical
time
match
you said
fits among those questioned items,
live.
then I opened up those items and looked to see if they, like in real life versus just on photos, see if they could have a potential physical match. And then if it looked like it did, then I brought them together and looked at that in the stereo zoom to confirm if there was a physical match.
That sigh at the end.
Yeah, it's like if I was asking a question, say, let's just calm down real quick. Let's just calm down. Let's just relax for a second. What's your favorite color? All right.
Whoever threw her out there like that should be ashamed. They're
I agree.
To the sharks, man. Jesus.
Yeah, I agree.
You missed the preparation part, right?
I guess my
need you to
question
lie
is
tomorrow.
I guess I want to know is, does she know what's way down yonder on the Chattahoochee?
It's going to get hotter than a hoochie coochie, bro.
Series of 9 photographs, just ask you to look at those and help me finish.
Yeah, my guess, Big Ron, she's been way down yonder on the Chattahoochee a couple times.
You need to stop.
Kingdom's on a roll today.
Where's Miss Kingdom?
She's in the background laughing her ass off.
I've never met the woman, but I feel bad for her. Because she got put up with him.
That's what people say about my wife.
Everyone's wife says that about you. You know what I'm saying?
Bet I asked her how she done it. She said lots of wine. I got a gift certificate from Total Wine.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence bag that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Donna Coleman will seek to introduce the witness in the next exhibits. No objection.
Where's Lanu? He's being quiet.
Oh, he's commenting look in the comments, man. He's not being quiet.
Oh, holy. Yeah,
No,
she's
Joe's definitely in rare form right now.
She's right. It says Miss Kingdom is a saint. Yes, she is. She's gonna get Wife of the Year award.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Is she a saint or is she Saint Lucifer? Because she throws sharp objects at Kingdom.
No, she doesn't. She's a saint. Yeah, I think right now, homegirl, her heart is racing. Look at her grabbing her chest. Her heart is racing.
You know, I was with
She's
the
so
court commission,
nervous.
they publish some of these photographs in Jerkley.
Okay.
Yeah, she's super. Hey, I've seen one of those things before. We used to use those with Flight Deck.
She's
So if I could have photograph 1905.
doing an audio recording of the court's record of what's going on. Transcript.
They don't use the typey thing anymore.
I think that's what she's doing in the
I do.
inside that microphone thing.
And is that the evidence fact that you were presented with regard to items labeled as 7-5?
That's the seal on it. Yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as this process that you're talking about, sort of fitting the puzzle pieces together, how long and how laborious a process did that entail?
It in this case specifically,
Yes.
there were many items to look at, so it did take quite a bit of time.
And if I can have photograph 1908. And do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 263?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you have from item 7-5?
Those are the 3 pieces in item 7-5.
So 3 pieces from that were all red, apparent plastic pieces from that same item. Is that correct? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes.
She said it. If it looks like the pieces fit, I take them underneath the stairs and then we figure it out. You know what she said?
I'll give you another 7 photographs.
The stereo zone.
Is she a witness subbing in for somebody else with like the main examiner? Or is she just like
Supposedly she analyzed some of the evidence.
Yeah. She's got her master's degree, dude, so back off.
yeah, I don't sound that bad. Jeez.
She may just be one of those timid types.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, how will seek to introduce the minutes of that exhibits? Okay.
Come on, Alan Jackson. Come on, bro. Let's do this.
Oh, he gonna eat her up, spit her out.
If the taillight didn't hit, you must have quit.
Joe has a good point. She could be a sub witness. Is that something?
Well, but they didn't say that.
She said she's the one that looked through the stuff. She received it and she looked through it.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs to the jury at this time.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I can have photograph 1921.
So what do we got so far, John? What are we thinking here? Alan Jackson's just going to tear her a new one.
I hope he sees what's going on here and don't. I mean, I legit feel bad for her right now.
She received the fragments from the shirt in a totally different bag.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Lear, what's up on the screen, and that's photograph 1921, exhibit 271. That is the evidence bag box that contains the items for reference to lab item 7-6, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, as far as the labeling is concerned, these are items that were submitted by the state police, correct? As far as you know.
Yes.
And from the labeling that's exhibited in labeling that's being shown in Exhibit 271, that actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date that the item was collected, correct?
Presumably, I don't know because that's not our lab's labeling system.
Sounds like she's crying.
It's fair to say, as far as your observation of these evidence bags as you were opening them, or boxes as you were opening
She is
them,
sweating
they
through
have
that
different
jacket.
dates on them, some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1924. And again, what's up?
Yeah, they got a guy right behind Karen Reed in the defense team. He's sitting there on the computer in the black suit. His only job is to work this monitor, put the exhibit in front of him, do the monitor, and do the zoom and all that.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what he was doing.
Now, what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
It appears two pieces of clear plastic, correct?
Apparent plastic, yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Bring you another series of photographs if you can review those. Look up when you're finished.
Alan Jackson's face looks a little red, to be honest with you.
They might have lowered the AC, man. They better be talking up.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
She's delivering good information. It's just hard to take it in with all the pauses and like consistency of the whole sentence.
Well, plus, it sounds pretty good when the prosecution's asking her the questions that, sound the best. But as soon as someone else starts asking her questions about, hold on, you got two different bags, she's going to crack in half.
That's very true.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab with reference to item 7-8.
Yes.
Come up to introduce them there today. Okay.
It's 278 and 292, Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the jury as well? Ms. Valier, with regard to the items that were contained within these variety of ballot boxes that you had received as evidentiary items, what, if any, difference was there between sort of color, the size, the shape of the different items that you received?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were they all sort of uniform as to their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you know between?
Between the items that we've already published, or just all of them? And
all of them in general.
So some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you had received, how would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things of that nature?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to find a match for, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931.
Do you think they're consistent with the little pieces that were found on the bumper when they smashed it with a hammer?
And
The fact that I made a 60-mile round trip with those little pieces and nothing ever fell off is questionable in itself.
Item 7-8.
Yes.
I don't think it was 60 miles an hour. It was just 60 miles that was traveled.
What's contained in this exhibit up on the screen.
That's still a long way for a little chunks of glass to be in that negative pressure behind the car and not pop off.
Item 7-8.
Yeah, on a bouncy tow truck too.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are depicted up on the screen in exhibits 279, each of them would have been respectively labeled as far as say 7-8.1 or 7-8 point something else. Is that fair to say?
So the laboratory numbering system where it goes 7-8.1, that's if you take like a subsample. So if I had collected like debris or something out of this item, that would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just the different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels such as piece A, piece B, piece C, all the way down to, however many there were.
You labeled them individually as sort of letters, is that correct?
Correct.
Is this like in basic training where we get a timeout?
If I could have photograph 1928. If we could zoom just a little bit in on that.
You got a timeout in basic training?
No, I think you get one now these days.
Within this exhibit of 282, do you recognize that?
I do.
Lanu knows all about it.
Submitted within this as far as 7-8 that you examined throughout the course of your analysis, right?
It was. There's actually two pieces in that. There's the large one in the middle, and there's a very small one up in the corner.
Talking about the stress card.
Okay.
Oh yeah, is that what it is? The stress card? Sounds good.
Yeah, that's what she needs. She needs a stress card right now so she can hold it up. Like, can I get a 10-minute recess?
Right. And it's kind of hot in here. I need to go to an air-conditioned space where I have a private moment for 10 minutes. Stress card. It's not looking good, John. It's not looking good.
For who?
It's not looking good right now for the prosecution, who it's their turn to make a case. Every time they bring a witness, it seems like the witness is proving that they don't have a really strong case.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Like the dog bites, like what the evidence that they were presenting, it kind of counteracted their theory.
That's why I said, when you're looking at this case and what you're going to present to a jury, you lay everything out on the table. These are our witnesses. These are our exhibits. These are our questions, knowing that there's going to be questions that come up. these are going to be potential answers that we may receive. Do we take this to court? Now, I understand it went before a grand jury, but I would venture to guess that not all the evidence was out there. I mean, it's just, you're just producing enough evidence to say, yeah, there's enough there to go forward. So,
And
but
she
the,
actually is getting the time out right now. The same thing we just talked about.
but the prosecution should be able to say to themselves, this is not going to look good. We're not bringing charges.
But then again, they brought the charges based on the altered version of all the facts from Michael Proctor, and everything added up, and every thing that would kind of be a contradiction, or it would look bad. It wasn't aware when they first brought it up because it was only Michael Proctor's story. But later on, you're seeing all of these things. The initial report has been debunked by other experts, and now it doesn't look good. But when they originally started, it wasn't like that.
Well, then the prosecution could petition the judge and say, you know what, based on the evidence that's been produced so far and the witness testimony, we're dropping the charges.
But like even the Haas Long to Dying Cold, he was just trying to sweep that under the rug. Like all these other things where it's glaringly obvious that you sent them to. The thing I thought was probably the most convincing so far today. The first one is, let me look for this. That side-by-side comparison of the two hairs when Alan Jackson was like, see how the one on the right it looks like a backwards C? And then just a little bit later on the left-hand side, it's the same exact one and it's changed. And the prosecution was like, well, maybe it was this from the snow melting, but how does that piece of hair where you grab it with tweezers and just take it off, how does that make it down the road and getting on the tow truck and bouncing around? How does that make it to the police station? No way.
Well, and then you look at the bottom part of the hair on the left, it's away from that little circle. I'm assuming from salt water, brine or whatever. But then you look at the one on the right and the end of it is in the middle of that little spot.
Mm-hmm.
Just off from that little. Yeah.
And if you look above that marker, that little circle there looks like it's been smeared too.
Yep. You're right about that too. Like they put something on there sticky. Like some adhesive or something to make it stick.
Well, but if you look at the bottom
right. You know what? You're right. On the right picture, it has that adhesive. On the left picture, you don't see it.
Well, I think that's why the picture was taken. It's picking up paint swirls. Because if you look at the bottom right of the sticker, that bottom right corner is pointing right to that little piece of salt water. I think that was just the angle, but the hair has been moved.
For sure. I don't believe that one bit. The other one was when you seen the back bumper and you seen all those little teeny pieces of glass all over the back bumper like it had been smashed right there. Yeah. That's a tough time explaining that one, man.
Yeah, because I mean, even if it's on a rollback, I mean, you're going to have air turbulence going down the road. Now, unless it was covered, I mean, we've seized vehicles before and then cover them with a tarp if it was actual crime scene, but
no, that video, it was a blizzard. It was a blizzard, and just elevating it and dragging it from a parked position onto that truck and then leaning it forward, just that would knock those little glass pieces off, you think?
Oh, I agree.
What if the temperature was so cold and it was frozen and stuck with water?
Well,
frozen
and that's what
ice,
I said,
adhering it to the vehicle.
And that's what I said in the beginning, it froze.
Hear ye, Judge Lanou.
I've been working on some business. I have to get back here for our juice box time for the witness.
Juice box.
Don't you think she could use a juice box about now? Make her feel better?
Y'all need to leave her alone.
No, she's in witness protection now. No, we think she had, Lanou, you know about this timeout, the stress card in the basic training now? We thought G.I. Jane probably needed a waive her stress card and take a little 10-minute recess is what she did. See? I called that, so that happened.
They keep complaining about the air conditioner in that courtroom. That's a tiny courtroom. What kind of an air conditioner are they using? A Sub-Zero 4000?
Well, in the beginning, they were having issues with it. Like the crew was there overnight working, trying to fix it.
Interesting how the prosecution and defense sit back to back like that. See, she got her juice box. She's good to go.
Juicy juice.
Yeah, she's like, let me go to the
You are
bathroom and throw up real quick. I'll be right back.
A juice box and some cookies does one.
All right, 601 views. 601. Let's go.
Yeah, and you can, I don't know what they've said to Karen, but you can tell she's more upbeat now.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's back.
He said, "Don't worry, I'll have powder crying on the stand."
Yeah, I'm gonna. He's gonna. I was gonna say something very inappropriate, but he's definitely gonna crack her. She's gonna need another break before he's done.
Like I said, man, she's got huge bags under her eyes.
Hey, all jokes aside, testifying like, especially in a trial like this, it's intimidating. A lot of stress.
It's more intimidating when you're guilty.
When you don't really know the subject matter. I don't understand how she's testifying for somebody else.
Recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-10.
Yes.
Photograph of Miss Handley's work.
You said Miss Handley.
Is that not her name, Miss Handley?
No, I was just wanting to hear you say it again.
I think it's MS, Ms. Handley.
And again, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
I do feel sorry for her. You got to know.
I'm going to find out 1952.
Yeah, I don't think she has.
Look, folks, we've only gone over the microscope and packaging. We ain't got anything really yet.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1955. Again, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained within that evidence.
Yes.
Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
See, this is the type of stuff we need to see the ME, the medical examiner, get on the stand and start going over. That one's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to go over like package and hand. She doesn't know nothing about no package and handling. Come on, dude.
She's there just to identify the packages she opened up for Miss Handley to examine.
Yeah, sounds like a sexual harassment suit waiting to happen.
I had no sexual connotations to my statement, none whatsoever.
Your Honor.
If you received a sexual innuendo, maybe you need to get your mind out of the gutter. My feelings always take the back seat.
And Ms. Valaire, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19 came in.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of those items when you receive them at your station and within the trace unit?
It is.
Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and admit as the next. Okay.
The judge sounds irritated every time he asks him to approach. He's like, "Oh, yes, whatever it takes, move this along. Would you please hurry and speak up while you're at it?"
I don't understand why she just don't give him a blanket yes. I mean, it's not like he's going to go up there and smack her.
The judge does feel agitated today. It feels like it.
Well, and I think she sees the writing on the wall too.
True, very true.
So Joe, what's your thought on why the prosecution hasn't said, you know what, based on the evidence and witness testimony up to this point, we're going to drop charges?
They've got good. Their forensics is not bad. The last witness, and I imagine this witness is not going to be negative towards the state. And I'm probably going to see. I imagine the prosecution put their worst witnesses on first, the ones that are going to be more problematic. We're going to see cleaners, I think, from here on out before they rest, leave the jury with the strongest parts they have. That may be why the ME hasn't been called yet and will be one of the last ones.
Yes. You're almost as smart as Kingdom.
I agree, but except for the part where you said the last witness was good. I mean, she showed pictures of shit that was on the car that there's no way that had to have been planted.
And Your Honor, with court's permission.
Well, you can go that route, but her testimony and what she did in her analysis is solid. You can't beat that up.
Yes.
But it was definitely it was definitely a witness that the defense would have called if the prosecution didn't.
And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the evidence bag or box that contains those items that she's testifying about 7-9 and 7-19.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1962. Ms. Blair, now what's been depicted up on the screen and been marked as exhibit 297. Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little bit on items of evidence.
Is that from the broken cocktail glass?
Now, contained within this are three clear.
No, that's from the.
It looks like a lens of the tail light.
The top of the tail light's clear.
I have to look at my notes to see what I wrote them as.
I found a picture of that model Lexus.
Yes. Go ahead, look at your notes.
Judge, like, for God's sakes, let's get on with some testimony. We're talking about labels.
It's a good thing she's got notes.
And they got stickers apparently too. Got stickers with numbers.
And after referring to your notes, what type of material is that?
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could slow down just a little. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. The item that's contained above those 3 pieces of apparent clear plastic, what is that?
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could
That
have
evidence
1964.
sucks.
And what's up on the screen, Ms. Blair, now, and it's been marked as exhibit 299. Is that essentially the straw next to a ruler with its measurements? Is that correct?
Yes.
What did they use the straw to do?
Thank you.
It was in that cocktail glass she attacked him with. The straw flew out and fell on the
Now,
bumper.
with reference to the photographs that I asked you to look at before, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
You're on Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Peter Pan does look nervous.
It might have been the straw that was inside the house of Brian Albert, and then when they brought the shoe out and everything, they just had a bag of incriminating evidence, and the straw was one of those pieces.
It could be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Bump.
And then there was that. Looks like she's working on her breathing though. She had labored breathing, and now she's working on her breathing, and her face is just a little red.
She's like, it's not so bad. I'm getting comfortable up here. It's not so bad. They just asked me about a straw. I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you why the hell a straw is on the crime scene, but there's a straw.
And she's confident in her analysis that it was a straw.
She should not be worried. I mean, we're talking about
And
a
Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could
solo cup
publish,
and a grocery
Yes.
bag for evidence collection.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1979.
Well, they scooped it out of the snow like a snow cone, so that's what the cups were for.
Anybody got
Again,
any
Ms. Blair,
vanilla
what's up on the
extract?
screen is that the bag, evidence bag that contains item 7-11.
Yes.
And for the record, that's been marked as exhibit 10. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1982. And again, Ms. Blair, what's depicted up on the screen on exhibit 311, is that the items, or the pieces of plastic that were contained within the aforementioned evidence bag and abuse exhibit item 7-11.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the photographs that I just placed before you before, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Photos of item 7-14.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your examination in this case?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll almost seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibit.
I want to see a reenactment of a taillight with nothing wrong with it and start hitting it with a hammer and let's see what happens.
That would be breaking news.
Is that new?
I'm doing new.
Wow.
Let's go to a commercial.
Massive difference.
You got to figure out about that new finish.
New finish. Been around since 1850.
Good time for it. They could say, stop hair from sticking to your vehicle.
If I could have photograph 2009.
Yeah, but I would like to see them hit the taillight with a rubber mallet, you know what I mean? And then hit that a bunch of times with some force and show how it doesn't break.
Screen just for a moment. What's now been marked as exhibit 325. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
That's the bag that contains item 7-14. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you want to invite now photograph 2012. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the item that contains labeled as item 7-14 in that.
I'm sorry, I need all of it, please.
What's depicted on the screen is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in the exhibit bag from the previous exhibits, labeled as item 7-14.
Yes.
You see how it has a curvature motion on the inside, and a couple of those pieces had a curvature motion?
Were you able to review the bulk of those photographs that I just placed before you?
Yes.
And
Almost
do you
like the
recognize
size of a
those?
sledgehammer.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to?
The photos of item 7-12.
Or maybe one of their nightsticks.
Excuse me, ask those to be marked as the next.
Okay.
Yes, these are photographs I took for Miss Handley.
Did you put all of those pieces together and try to reconstruct the taillight?
Yeah, I'm really good at puzzles.
I thought Alan Jackson did a great job when he started. He goes, I'm talking loud right here. I don't mean to yell at you. I'm just using a little bit louder voice, okay? It's like the defense could have did. I mean, the prosecution.
It's 328 to 342.
Thank you.
Prosecution should be loud during these testimonies. They actually have
Ms.
something they
Gilman,
can
if I
talk
could
about.
have photograph 2015.
Especially when they're about to turn the air conditioning off. If you don't raise your voice and you still go, okay, yes, Your Honor. Anyway, let me tell you what's going on.
What's contained and what's marked now is exhibit 328. Those, the evidence back that contain the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018. Blair, directing your attention up to the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 329. Those are the items that were labeled collectively as 7-12 that were contained within that evidence back prior exhibit.
Yes.
As far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-13.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained or labeled as item 7-13?
It is.
Your Honor, almost may I approach?
Turtle Boy has yet to say anything since this lady took the stand. Or until her took the stand.
It's 343 through 351.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997. And Ms. Blair, what's depicted on the screen in that photograph, which now been marked as Exhibit 343, is that the evidence bag that contained the items labeled as 7-13?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2000. And Ms. Blair, directing your attention to the screen, those are the items contained within that exhibit bag from prior exhibits, collectively labeled by the lab as 7-13.
Yes.
As far as the photographs that I placed before you, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos of item 7-15.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in items, item 7-15?
It is.
Okay, hold on one second. Madam Court Reporter. Yeah.
She said, make sure you put stickers on those. She said, okay.
She's like, she has my back. She defended me when we started.
Excessive stickering. I can only do so many in a day.
And she is putting the sticker on. It's like we've done a shitty job up until this point. You're going to use them damn stickers. You hear me? They're going to be here for another month, at least.
You got to remember, they're still just laying foundation for this, for Peter Pan's analysis of the broken pieces. We hadn't even got to the analysis. Range says, is that Chelsea Clinton? Range, that is offensive to this young lady on the stand.
It's 352 through 368.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lally, those are the last exhibits we'll be doing today.
You're not adding any
You've
more
hit your sticker limit. No more stickers. All the justice has been dealt today as far as stickers. That's it.
We're out of stickers.
Has Range ever seen a picture of Chelsea Clinton?
I don't know. This is the point in the show where we say that comments expressed during this show are not reflective of the comments of the cast or the production, only by the person that makes them. So, Range, those are your comments. We have no association with them.
The Dylan Mulvaney lights, we have no connection or opinion of that.
On the screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence bag contained in the prior.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he's disparaging someone in the court staff. The
Now-
person on the left.
Ms. Valera, as far as your analysis was concerned with regard to each of these items, and we'll get
Check out
to
the lady in the red
that a little bit, I think,
sweater and
next
ruffled
time.
collar.
With regard to
That's
the labels that you
the
assigned to
court.
them as far as letters of the alphabet, A through whatever letter that you went. When you were conducting your sort of physical match analysis, how was that shown on a particular piece, or did you label those pieces, or how were you able to sort of quantify that?
The pieces that were large enough to, I printed out labels from a label maker with the lab number, the item number, and then the piece that the letter that I assigned it, so ABC, and my initials, and those are on the pieces.
And then as far as those pieces were concerned, if you were able to find some consistency between, say, piece A and piece B, and you were able to sort of fit them together, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize that sort of physical method?
Within the same item, if there were two pieces that fit together, I documented that with photos, wrote it down in my notes, and then if it was within the same item, I held it together with tape and then repackaged it still together as a single piece.
And as far as these consistencies or the matches that you were examining or looking for, was that solely within piece to piece, or at some point did you also look at sort of a larger piece as far as a housing unit for a tailor?
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to the pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the tail light housing, item 3-1?
She's fucking nervous from the taillight questions.
Those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece 1. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the taillight.
Looked like she literally went on vacation on the stand. She got a sun on
All
her
right,
face.
so,
Yeah.
Mix Valera, we're going to have to have you back on Wednesday. Okay, but, I'm going to ask you to wait for the jurors, so we don't meet tomorrow, we'll meet Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday.
done?
with an abbreviated lunch, and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any
no court
independent
tomorrow. Be
research or
back Wednesday.
investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it.
They're not done with
I
it.
know we took
They'll
a
be
long
back
time
Wednesday,
today
right?
with getting exhibits in before you, but
Yeah,
it's
no
very
court
important
tomorrow.
part
Be
of the
back
case,
Wednesday.
and
Yeah,
it
Peter
helps
Pan has to come back on
us,
Wednesday.
so we appreciate your patience. All right, we'll see you on Wednesday.
So you know where you're going.
Who, me?
You are muted.
I do, I'm afraid.
I'll see you there.
We'll just pick the show up there. All you be there with me.
Welcome everybody to the Jolin
live stream from hell.
Yeah, no shit. Going straight to hell. All right, let's get some commentary going on. What are we thinking? I see a bunch of laughs. I see smiles. Karen Reed seems that they had a great day at court. The jurors have left.
Thank you, maybe see the court facilities.
So you are all set, you can go.
So I was just talking to Mix Valera about whether I needed to call Lawrence Court for her or not. So you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. You don't need me for anything until Wednesday? We'll see you Wednesday.
Court, all rise.
If I was Miss Reed, I'd be pretty happy with how everything went today.
Yeah, let's get into it. What do we got, Lenu?
Well, so today we had all forensic analysis. These lab techs that come in and that have either collected evidence and analyzed evidence, and they make some sort of report off of it. Of course, with our last witness, Peter Pan, you don't really have what her analysis was, just how she can open envelopes. Miss Handley is very important in the lab to her, where she works, and she puts labels on pieces. That's all we've learned from her. The previous witness, I think, was pretty strong for the state, to be quite honest with you. And I think this witness will eventually, once they get to the meat of the subject that they've got her on the stand for, I think it will be strong for the case. I think forensically, they're going to be able to say that there was a hair on the vehicle. That hair was human at this point. We haven't seen the DNA analysis of the root bulb, which could tell us the identity of who the hair belonged to. We've got a straw. We've got broken pieces of glass. We've got plastic. All this stuff was packaged up by the previous witness and sent on to Miss Handley and her reliable assistant, Peter Pan. Of course, we don't know the analysis of that. But I think at the end of the day, the state's going to prove that all those broken lens pieces did come from her vehicle. The broken glass that was found on the bumper is going to be consistent with the glass that was found near his body. That's going to be some decent forensic evidence for the state to assert. All the other stuff is noise. You can't get past this. Her vehicle struck his body, and he died as a result of that. So it's hard whether he went in the house, didn't go in the house. You believe him, you don't believe him. Can't police is screwed up. Everybody's dirty, but you can't get past this, I think, is where the state's going with it.
I don't know. What do you think, John?
I don't know. I'm still where I'm at the beginning of this. It's hard for me to get past the way the evidence was collected, processed, phone being discarded by Mr. Higgins. She's been set up. But in the beginning, I was thinking about this. In the beginning, I think, I started to think, if they set her up, they did a damn good job. But now that when they get into the case, they didn't even, this ain't even believable that she did this. Like, this is totally backfired on whoever done this, in my opinion.
I agree.
Well, John, give me some more details on that.
So
in order for you to discount the forensic evidence that's about to be shown, and I think we all agree that they're going to show that those lens pieces came from her vehicle. They're going to match. The glass came from the glass found near his body. That's going to match. The hair is going to come back DNA matching to John O'Keefe, the victim on this. So what evidence do you have that, because the only way to get around that is that all that evidence, yes, it is true. It came from the vehicle, came from his body, came from his glass, and that it all was manufactured or placed and planted by police at this point. Is that where everybody stands?
That's where I stand. Yeah. I mean, I'm not discrediting the evidence. What I'm saying is, it's hard. Like you've said before, all you got to have is a reasonable doubt. I do not. If I'm sitting on that jury, I'm looking at this. You can't. It is not. I cannot comprehend having pieces of the tail light hanging onto the bumper for a 66-mile round trip and not bouncing off, coming off, whatever. The hair, and I said this the last week. The hair, when I first saw the picture of it, this hair is not embedded in a crack of a glass. It's literally sitting on the paint. And if you look at that picture, that hair is sitting above any kind of saltwater brine, whatever you want to call it, where they've salted the roads, is sitting on top of it. She drove around looking for him. Now, I know it was freezing temperatures because you had snow, but the wind, I mean, especially right there, you're going to have wind draft. You're going to have a wind tunnel that the vehicle makes going as it's moving, as it's backing up. That hair is not going to stay there. And that's where the attorney was getting at. Was it glued? Was it taped? No, it wasn't. I mean, on top of everything else, there's my reasonable doubt. Somebody put that hair, and we were looking a minute ago during a little break, is when you look at the side by or the two pictures comparison, and you use one of those water droplets, dried water droplets as a reference. There you go. So the bottom piece of the hair in the left picture is pointing to the right. The curvature at the top, say, call it 11 o'clock, is right in the circle of a dried water droplet. Well, then you look at the picture on the right, and it's total opposite. Now, I understand that the picture was taken at a different angle, but it's total opposite. The curvature on the right goes to the left, not the right. And there's more of a curvature at the top on the left-hand picture than there is on the right. And if you use, there's a little mark, kind of like not a completed U, right in the middle of that sticker on the right-hand side, almost halfway up. If you compare the distance between the end of that little water droplet over to the hair on the left picture, that's a lot further than it is on the right picture.
Yeah, clearly they're not the same. And then what about the dog? yeah, I found myself saying that
You got
again.
no evidence on the dog. There's no DNA on the dog. The hair didn't belong to the dog. Y'all got nothing but just thrashing that dog's reputation online.
No, the dog got him. And I'm not saying, and I said this last week, I think he went in there, O'Keefe went in the house, he got into a verbal altercation in the beginning with Higgins about the affair. Alcohol brings out stuff in people. People say what they think, and their emotions come out when they've been drinking. I think they got in a verbal argument. Apparently there was some kind of, the other people in the house, I think there was some kind of beef with O'Keefe in the beginning anyway. Words got exchanged, things got heated, people got mad, they got into a fight. And maybe they didn't intend on killing him, but they killed him, and here we are.
Yeah, his phone says he walked the distance of 3 swimming pools. So he didn't go far. And this is the total time that his phone traveled. So if you were to say, for example, like Big Ron pointed out, let's say you went downstairs and oh shit, this dude's here. You go upstairs. So you're going up 3 flights of stairs, and then, you get confronted by the dog. And then all of a sudden the dog tries to attack you. You fall down the stairs, you bump your head, and a couple injuries from falling, and your shoe falls off, falling down the stairs. And then here you are sitting here. That it fits. I mean, it could fit. It could fit that maybe that, the injuries on your back is from falling down the stairs. And I mean, at least it fits. At least it makes sense, except for the fact he never was in the house.
Well, and the fact that you have nothing other than imagination as far as any evidence of any of that. The 3 swimming pools, I mean, how large of a swimming pool are we talking about? He'd be 2 swimming pools walking to the house.
Well, there's a swimming
before he ever
pool
got inside.
Well, they're saying he got out of the car and then he didn't go much further, but then putting his head in front of the taillight and then getting hit. He didn't go in the house.
I thought he went somewhere around 80 steps.
Yeah, they said 3 swimming pools. I mean, let's just say he walked inside.
How big's
the
a
house.
swimming pool? That tells me, if you tell me it's 3 football fields, I know how long that is, but 3 swimming pools, that's a relative term. Olympic swimming pools?
32 foot.
Well, it was how many steps, and then it was like, for people who don't know what steps are, it's about the size of 3 swimming pools, but it was just a post online. I mean, I know we can critique that swimming pools are different distances, but he went into the house is what we're trying to say.
No, and I get that, and I'm saying that really there is no physical evidence, and it may be because of a cover up, or it may be because it never happened. But there's no physical evidence outside of this electronic data that, and it doesn't say the phone information doesn't put him inside the house. Just says that he was active after the time frame that he was dropped off. Doesn't mean that he walked in the house. He could have walked somewhere else. He could have been mugged and killed by somebody coming down the street, for all that we know. And we have just as much evidence for that.
The up and down stairs is the part that's.
I promise you, the state's carrying on with this, and I kind of come to this realization today, listening to the forensic testimony. The state's coming down with this because you can say, just like we're saying, that I think something else happened. I think something untoward is happening with law enforcement, but I've got physical evidence says that John O'Keefe's body came in contact with that vehicle.
Well, on the phone stuff, I know for a fact now iPhones can put you within 3 feet on GPS.
Sounds better than the 16 feet, about 16 feet.
That sounds like better than the gear that Massachusetts State Police is using. They got 16 feet.
What you got, Big Ron?
Well, no, I'm kind of with what John's saying. You know, you can Android or iPhone can put you within 3 feet. I mean, I can look at my phone and see myself pretty much walking around my house. Hell, the FBI used it to pinpoint all those people that did that stuff in the Capitol. So they should have data that they can pull from the phone, rather it's iPhone or Google Maps, or I don't know if I trust Apple Maps. That's the one that it sends you into the ocean. But you know, from that data to see exactly if he was in the house, it'll tell him if he was in the house and went up or down in altitude. It's not rocket surgery, so I don't know why this kind of data hasn't come out yet, or maybe it is and we just haven't gotten there yet. But that would be one of the things I would ask if I was in the defense, or find out if I was in the defense. You know, where does the GPS show his phone? Does it actually show him inside the building? Does it show him positive in altitude? Does it show him negative in altitude, which would denote him going upstairs or into the basement? That would be pretty damning information. If we had that, then that would pretty much, you know, dead set it. Yeah, he was in the house, or no, he wasn't.
Well, yet you hadn't heard that information. The only thing we've heard is like the health app on the Apple phone is where they're getting the steps. Nobody's talked about location. It's all been about this heart app on the Apple phone that calculates your steps and your heart rate and all that business. Although I don't think he had an Apple Watch. I think it was just an Apple phone, right?
Yeah,
but even
for the
even
phone.
the phone, because on our like, and I know we're kind of talking apples and oranges here, but like on a 911 system, if you dial 911 now, it can put you within 5 foot. Like the other day, they had a 911 call. I was listening to them out here on a new bypass, and they put on like, it was like 1.2 miles of mile marker so-and-so. And I mean, it was down to 5 feet when they got there. So, and you look at your Apple AirTag, I've got one on my keys, and I misplace my keys all the time. So I hit it, and it says you're 1.6 foot. And as I get closer to it, you're 3 inches, and be damn if it ain't there. So yeah, they can put him in the house.
Well, if that information was available, the state's got the phone. It was celebrated. They pulled all that. Then if the state could put him inside the house, why would we be here? I don't think they have the evidence.
Well, the defense ain't going to put him there, or I'm sorry, the prosecution's not going to put him there.
Yeah.
Well, they would if they knew that this information was available. The defense is going to come up and say, "Yeah, he was in the house sitting in the lazy boy."
I mean, to be honest with you, if I was the prosecution, I wouldn't put him there. I'd leave it up to the defense and see what they.
What about this scenario?
Yeah,
What
what
about
he hasn't called Michael Proctor, so that kind of debunks that.
Okay, but what about this scenario? You got some jacked up police. They're dirty, or they're incompetent. Either way, they're so negligent in this case that it's almost criminal, or could be criminal. But they just botched an investigation that she did hit him, and it happened just the way the state's saying. But the police have tampered with and screwed with the story and done improper things that it taints it so much to make you lead off the fact that you guys are very detailed when it comes to what happens in the house, but we have no evidence. Every bit of that's conjecture. None of that you could bring in front of a jury because you have no foundation to say that this is what happened, or that he even made it in the house. We can talk about how many steps, but even if you had you had 100% confidence in the Apple phone that he took 80 some odd steps, but it doesn't tell you what direction he took. It doesn't tell you that still doesn't put him inside the house. So I guess my point is, what if we just have shitty police work and that she did either on accident or on purpose did strike him and he was wounded to the point that he crawled into the yard, laid on his back and died?
I see what you're saying, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off, John. I
No,
see
you're
what you're
good.
saying, Joe, but a 5-year-old iPhone will still put you within 3 to 5 feet. So they're saying he took 90 steps. That phone is going to know what direction, how far, how fast he went. And all we're getting is 90 steps. There's something not adding up to me here. And maybe I'm looking at it wrong. But I agree with what you're saying, Joe. We're putting all this information, all this speculation in him being in the house. But even if he's laying out there on the ground and she backed into him and bumped him into the snow, and that's where he laid and died, now we have to account for 90 steps. Because obviously he moved 90 steps after he was run over.
Well, and the phone should pick up if he was hit like a sudden jolt. I don't know the technical term, but
I don't know if
and
the
I'm
newer
not
phone, older phones do that. I know the newer phones have that detection, the impact detection,
yeah.
but I don't know
And I'm
about the
not
newer
trying
one,
to put
older
everything
ones.
on the phone and technology. I'm not, but technology, it's there. It just, are they using it or I don't know.
Well, the state is asserting, I won't say trying, the state is asserting that he didn't arrive there till closer to 12:30, whereas there is some digital information, I think, saying that he was there at some text messages that says he was there at like 12:20, 12:24, I think, giving there a time difference there. Now, if you go with the defense's assertion that he got there at say 12:20, then there's 10 minutes that he could have walked around and taken those 80 steps. And I think that's when those 80 steps were taken. I don't think there was any steps after 12:30. I don't think there's any dispute about that he wasn't moving after 12:30. Whatever happened, it happened at that point.
But see, that goes back to what I was saying. I use my Google Maps sometimes. Like if I have a really busy day and I'm trying to kind of maintain time, when I get home, I can go through Google Maps and see everywhere that I've been within 1 minute. So it just seems like there's a lot of data. Maybe I don't want to go as far as saying maybe the defense and the prosecution doesn't know how to get the data, or they don't know how to use the data. But there seems to be a lot of data out there that they can pull that either they haven't brought it to light yet, and they have the data and they're saving it, or they're not using it. I don't know. I'm kind of lost on that because I know what John's saying. We were putting too much into technology, but we're like he's saying, he can get it down to 3 inches on an air tag. My watch will track where I'm going, and it uploads the data to my phone and it uploads it to the cloud. So again, there's data here that we're not seeing or the prosecution's not pulling. And in all honesty, the last couple of cases that we've monitored, I've kind of lost a lot of faith in defense attorneys lately. They just don't seem like they really care anymore. Like they're really pulling the data or the information, or the 5 of us or 7 of us will see the case going on, and maybe we don't understand their strategy, but the prosecution will say something and we're like, yeah, but what about this? And it never even gets brought up on the defense side. So I guess this is one of those situations where we need to have a couple of lawyers in here to maybe figure out why I'm thinking that way.
Well, they can't just bring up conjecture to bring up conjecture. Anything that if there's an objection, they've got to have a foundation and basis behind it, based in facts or law. The defense can't just come up and make any assertion they want. They can in closing. There is some latitude in closing. They can say, well, we think this happened. We think that happened. I have no proof to prove it, but we think that happened. Whereas the prosecution can't, or the state can't. But in order for them to make assertions that he was inside that house, they're going to have to come with some proof. And I will tell you that the Celebrite pulls every bit of every 1 and 0 off of that phone. If they've got GPS, it's going to have that information. If they've got Google searches, it's going to have that information. They can reconstruct and clone a phone to the nth degree. Now, there is some assertions by the state that the Celebrite, there's assertions on the defense that the state withheld some Celebrite information. We're talking about the 227 Google search, house long to die in the cold. done by McCabe. But McCabe is saying she didn't make that. She made that at six something in the morning, and it was on the behest of Karen Reed. But the defense is standing on the fact that it did, and they're going to bring in a witness to say that the state manipulated Celebrite data. They may also bring in and show that the Celebrite data was manipulated on O'Keefe's phone, and that it does map him inside the house. But I track my daughter. There are times when I can see where she's at in the house by the room. I could just tell where she's at, that she's inside the house. Then other times it may put her in the backyard. So I think it depends on how well the signal is and how the cell phone towers are working as to how accurate your location is.
Well, inside Michael Albert's house, apparently it's a dead zone. That's what he testified to.
Shit's dying in there, so we have some signal issues. That's true.
So therefore, I couldn't have talked to him for 22 seconds because I don't have any cell phone service inside the house. It's like, yeah, okay, all right, whatever.
This is where stuff comes to die in my house.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but you know what? That brings up a good point. That could make up the reason why we don't have a Google map of putting him in the lazy boy in the living room of Albert's home 2 minutes after she leaves him. And here's the other thing is that she drops him off. She pulls down the street and she says, text me when you get in, make sure everything's okay. And he never texts her again from that point. She pulls down the street and stops. And then she decides to go on after she hadn't heard from him. But whatever happened to him had to happen pretty damn quick. If the defense is saying he gets there at 12:24, but he's dead by 12:30, then that means he must have walked into an ambush. And if we go on with it happened in the house, he must have walked into an ambush almost immediately.
Probably from the dog, huh?
Well, now, I'm curious, why would she ask him if he's okay if she just dropped him off?
You know what? I drop my kid off a lot of places. Of course, it's my kid. But when I was married, be my wife as well, I would sit and wait until you got in the house. I wouldn't just roll out while you're on the curb just to make sure that you got in okay. It may have been one of those situations, you know. She said that her thing is she only knew McCabe was the only person she knew out of that group that was in there. And he only knew McCabe as well on a personal level. They knew he was associated with the other folks, but he only knew McCabe on a personal level. That was his friend. So that may be one of those things where, you know, hey, make sure you're going to stay. Let me know. I'll wait until you get inside the door. But who knows? But
he also
that's the testimony.
Hell, you're nice, Joe. My wife's like, if I even slow down.
You open the door and push her out.
But Brian Higgins, he didn't know that well. They had some acquaintances.
They were in his house and they were texting about whether he broke John O'Keefe's kids, his nephew or whatever. He broke their video game system, and you know, I'll buy another one if he was at the house and leaving John O'Keefe's house. So John O'Keefe knew Brian Higgins.
They knew each other, but I don't think it was a close association. There were some other people at that house. He broke the night he broke the controller. So
well, I would say
a little party.
I would say Brian Higgins wasn't there to see Karen Reed, but then again, I don't know.
He wasn't there to chalk up some COD kills. I promise you, he was there trying to knock down some boots.
He knocked out some like H-Town.
You know, when he found out that O'Keefe saw him on the surveillance camera, I would have been very upset, but he was like, oh, damn. And then she played it off.
But she had caught him doing something a little similar, you know, with someone else in Cabo or whatever the hell it was. So it was kind of tit for tat, and you're attractive and people want you. I'm attractive. People want me. I mean, that's just who we are. We're just dating. So it's not like we're that serious. You're like a live-in babysitter with benefits is how she was described.
Well, now Kingdom is making the state's case, because that's exactly what they're saying, that it was a shaky relationship and on the rocks. Rained, brought the children.
Did the house not have outside facing cameras? I thought pretty much everybody had cameras these days.
Which one?
Apparently
the one you're sitting in front of.
Oh,
Big Ron. There was a blizzard. What do you not understand? There was a blizzard and all the Ring cameras were out. They were intermittent. You couldn't count on the video footage that you got. Even the library video glitched out when she drove by. The blizzard. They had 18 inches of snow there. What do you think happens in 18 inches of snow? Everything shuts down. Everything stops.
Michael Albert, they had testified that the video that always works, it's always working. The video at his house that would typically catch something, it was down that day. And it was down actually for 2 days, not just that day. It was down for 2 days. But they got it fixed and it's working now. But or at the time it was. But it was down for those 2 days, unfortunately. It was just a weird coincidence.
Is it working all right now since you moved in?
I don't move. I'm just I'm like thinking about going in there and squatting.
I've just got a badass dog. That's it.
Yeah.
You could probably get a good deal on that house if it were to go on the market again after this case.
I don't know, $1 million. What they just sold it for 990 and 900 and some thousand. Seems like, I don't know if it's a bargain. As soon as this court case is over, it's going to drop in value pretty quick.
Well, if you can put that murder in the basement, that price will come down.
Yeah, it does have a swimming pool.
Bargain basement prices.
If it was a stock, I'd be shorting it right now.
Right. I'd have guide tours going by there. Even I had to pay people to go on my tour. And this were
the John O'Keefe was killed in the basement right here.
Then they placed his body right here on the curb, folks. Right here. You could lay down and be where John O'Keefe was in his final hours.
Flagpole, every time you go outside, think about the dead body that was here, and this is the basement where they drug him out, and all this. I mean, you could have like the megaphone going.
And it's fitting, yeah. Every time you raise your flag for the 4th of July, Memorial Day, and Veterans Day, you can remember John O'Keefe because he lied right at the foot of this flag where he died. This flagpole where he died.
Fallen soldiers right on your property. I mean, what could be more, resale value worth?
Joe, can you imagine Kingdom on that house at Halloween in the front yard, how it'd be decorated?
Oh, it wouldn't be but one decoration. Dummy laying 12 feet from the yard by that flagpole.
R.I.P.
Yeah, I mean, it must suck to buy that one because they sold it to someone, and then shortly after they resold it. So maybe they weren't privy to what was going on. They thought they were just buying a nice house, nice neighborhood from a former, active police officer and stuff. And then all of a sudden, you start hearing the story, and you're like, "Oh shit!" And then like a year later, you sell the house again.
Honey,
well, they got such a good deal with it. They probably decided to flip that real quick. We got built-in equity on this. I got it for $60,000 below market. So I can flip it right now and put 60 grand in my pocket.
No, they sold it. They were trying to get 500 and something. They sold it for 450. And then it sold like 2 years later for 900,000.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good flip.
That sounds like a $400,000 a year. And you got new basement floors. I mean, so the whole thing.
And a flagpole.
The flagpole's already there.
I know.
But yeah. And I'm talking about the new additions where they tore up the floor and they put the new floor in. Brian Albert said the reason why the floors were torn up because that was from a water leak from years ago. And they just had concrete floors with, weights and stuff in there. And then when they sold it, they decided to fix it up.
Oh.
But now it's a home gym. John has pulled some recent Zillow pictures from that home, and it's a very nice home gym now.
Yeah. I mean, if you have someone who died in the basement, there's going to be blood everywhere. I mean, inside the house, if it's on the main 2 floors, you wouldn't have had, inviting Michael Proctor in the house. I mean, it would be just a freaking mess inside your house that day. So Brian Albert did testify that the 6 steps to the door that goes to the basement. And he said that he always kept that locked. Probably kept it locked as he had company over. And like, no, that's always been locked, so no one can go down there and there's no reason to, because his word is it's remained locked and it's never been unlocked. But down there has to be where it happened because there were so many people inside the house. They would have seen evidence of someone being murdered. There hadn't been blood and throw up and shit everywhere. I don't know that a carpet steamer will fix that.
Well, and let's go back to the blood loss. He's had that scalp wound for sure. How far does that go? And where did that, if you go with the state's assertion that he was hit by Karen Reed and knocked into the yard, he would have bled there in the yard. Where is, I don't see the blood that I would expect to see from a wound where a man died slowly because his heart's pumping as he's dying. that means that his scalp wound is bleeding. And they're notorious, folks. If anybody's ever been around a scalp wound, a superficial scalp wound can bleed like you're stuck, like a stuck pig, as they say. It's going to bleed profusely and slow to stop. So where did that blood go?
Yeah. I think if you've seen the pictures of the crime scene, there would have been what they would call a pool of blood. There would have been a huge, like a circle of blood that's all over the snow or under the layer. They would have got pictures of that, but that wasn't there.
Range is actually throwing in some perks for buying that house. It comes with a free dog grave. That's not included in the price. It's free.
Yeah, it's actually about to bite John in the back of the head currently, but yeah, but you know that's
what's on the memorial stone. That's that beautiful picture of Chloe there.
What'd you have, Ron, Big Ron?
No, I was gonna say I brought up what Joe's talking about earlier in the show today when they were talking about going out there with blowers and bulldozers. You know, where was there any blood on the ground? Did they see anything? That's just another one of those things. I think Joe's spot on with that. It's a head wound. You're going to bleed literally like a stuck pig, with the smallest cut on your head, with the amount of blood vessels and arteries that are up there that feed your scalp. You're going to bleed all over the place. So where is all the blood? I mean, that should have been a big puddle out there. It should have looked like a snow cone.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I agree. All right, I got to run. I got to fix something for dinner.
Yeah, folks, I've got to pull off this as well, get a few things done, but tune in for us on Night Court tonight. Tonight, we're going to talk about Trooper Lundgren out of Minnesota. He was involved in an officer-involved shooting with a gentleman on a traffic stop, Ricky Cobb. Ricky Cobb tried to drive away from the traffic stop with another officer in the vehicle. Lundgren shot the gentleman, Ricky, and killed him. He was initially cleared on grand jury, but a prosecutor said, "Damn you, grand jury, we're going to go at this again," and file charges. Well, over the weekend, in fact, on Sunday, the prosecutor dropped all charges and said they will not pursue any more legal action against Lundgren, that he is a free man at this point. We're going to go over that. Got a little bit of inside information on why this is taking place. It's quite interesting on our other state where sands of the hourglass fall very slowly, Minnesota. So join us for Night Court for that. It's going to be a great show. And also, guys, if you're listening, today is the day I need in the final shirt orders. I've got 27. I have 27 shirts available out of the 50 that I committed to that I need to get moving. Give me a DM. If you need a discount, give me a DM. I'll work a deal with you because I need to move these shirts. But they're going to be a great shirt. The slogan on it for June is blood makes you relative, but loyalty makes you family. It's the first one of our T-shirts per month for the next year of the Joe New quotes and sayings that you see on our Good Morning tweets. So join us on Night Court and give me a DM and let's move these shirts.
Word. That's it. Peace. Tune in later on. And Friday live show. Next live show is Friday. The next court case is going to be Wednesday. So we'll see you around.
See you guys.